Good evening, Kitten Brigade. Insane Kitten here. We're back for more Freaky Fridays. I can't read. Oh, okay. That's I guess that explains why that you don't know what's going on. So yeah, we're just gonna finish up the house in Fata Morgana because I think I keep saying this, but I think we're getting close to like the actual end. We did get one ending, but it was like a bad ending. We got a bad ending because we didn't click fast enough. But we're on the route of like a main ending, I think. So I'm gonna finish up that. We're gonna finish up that, maybe do some other endings. It looks like there's at least 4 endings to this game, so 4 different endings. I don't know where I saved it. Oh, this one. Okay, most recent. Good. But hello, skating pancake. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Being like the only person here who's talking. Anyway. Hold on, I'm just looking at the audio levels here. It's loud enough, right? And then if I finish this like real quick, because I don't know how long this will take, I might swap to a different game. Just depends on my energy levels here. Okay. Oh good, welcome back. What's gotten into you? Wait, what were we doing? Must never back there, look away, must never lose her. Okay, so this was Michelle talking about not losing Giselle. Oops, I didn't mean to fast forward. So how I'm actually getting it to advance is I'm using my mouse wheel because it's a lot quieter than clicking or using my keyboard to enter. So I'm using that, so I accidentally went ahead. Okay, so I don't know what's going on here. But last we left off, Giselle was being taken by the witch, Morgana, and Michelle is fighting to get her back. My consciousness begins to drift. Okay. So Michelle is just fallen to darkness. And maybe now he's recalling something? I don't know. Hello, Julian. How are you? Oh my god, I played the first part and it was crazy. Yeah, that first story was just like, it was shocking. And then, well, you'll find out. All the different stories are just as kind of shocking. So if you're expecting there to be like happy moments in these stories, no. Every story is gonna be like tragic. That's so good. Well, I heard it gets darker. I guess so. They all feel like kind of like individual stories too, right? Nelly, yeah. That sisterly love, right? That story was kind of crazy too. Okay. Anywho, what lines did I miss? Ah, I thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes open. I am not accustomed to people needing my attention, or suppose talking face to face at all. This is my mansion? Giselle's right in front of me, smiling like she always did, smiling for me. You're not hurt, Giselle? You have been alone for 10 years, but now I'm living here with you. So what do you say we do a little practice conversation? Practice conversation? What exactly do you think I am? Yeah. No offense intended. I just thought it'd be nice if you had more back and forth skills. So, in short, you're saying I'm such a poor conversationalist, I need training. Hey, don't get so snippy. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't talk enough, and I want to talk to you more. It's fun. Okay, well, I'll head out, so I no get spoilers. Thanks so much for showing me. No worries, Jillian. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. I really appreciate it. And no worries on not sticking around. I understand not wanting to spoil a game. So, see you later. And enjoy your game. No, this is an old memory. From when Giselle first returned to the mansion and we were just starting our new life together. We were still feeling around in the dark. What exactly would you like to talk about then? Each other, of course. I have nothing to say. Now, let's not be rash. It can be anything. Things you like, things you don't like. Start with something small, insignificant. Does that serve any purpose? It does, yes. The more you know about someone, the closer you feel to them, and the better friends you can become. Is that how it works? Now that that's out of the way, ask me something. Ask me anything, and I'll gladly answer. Her eyes are lit up like a child's. Is she really so eager to converse with me? I don't believe it. What's the matter? I'm ready for anything. Very well, I'll ask whatever comes to mind. Go for it. Yes, I love you, bye. I love you too. Bye. Let's see. You haven't told me your age. I think she's 21. I guess we get to ask all these questions anyway. My age? Hehe, take a guess. I thought she said she would tell me anything. That sounds like me, like when people ask me how old I am, I'll be like, well, how old do you think I look? I think she was 21. Wow, you're exactly right. You're surprisingly astute, Master. And what's surprising about that? I didn't expect you to get it on your first try. Have you been secretly watching me? Oh, Master, you're making me blush. Why the silent death stare? I'm struck with an overwhelming urge to hurry out a window. Oh, you're no fun. Okay, it's your turn now. How old are you, Master? As I recall, I should be 27 this year. Oh wow, you're much older than I expected. What did you expect? You are very mellow, like I would expect of an older man, but every once in a while you get an impression of a teenage boy. For what it's worth, I mean that in a good way. For what it's worth. Tell me about your family. You want to know about my family? We were pretty normal, I think. Not much interesting about us. We had been able to get a citizenship in the capital, but we weren't super rich or anything. In fact, it was because we were having money troubles that I ended up here. It's not easy for 3 women to make it on their own. You didn't have a father or any brothers? No, we lost my father to a plague when I was young. And since then, it's been me, my mother, and my older sister. But they're both bright, lively people. Our family motto is, a smile can make anything better. Maybe that explains why she can still smile now, even after nearly succumbing to despair. I'm always kind of wanted some brothers, though. Men are more suited to physical labor, yes. Not quite what I was going for. I feel like, I don't know, the kinds of things you would ask a brother and sister for help with are different. I'm not sure how to explain it, but a guy with broad shoulders and muscular arms is someone you can look up to, for instance. Someone who looks like they'd always keep you safe. She's never been betrayed by family, it would seem. She can't even imagine family hurting her. She has no idea. That those closest to you, those who are supposed to care about you more than anything, can be your greatest enemies. That blood is a bond heavier than any chain. Master? I believe your brothers are still on your side. It's been so long I didn't know if they are. Or I don't know if they are. I don't know what they think about me anymore. I'm sure they're still your allies. You want to believe it too, don't you? You want to believe they're not enemies. Let's believe in them together then. Anything you want to believe, you should. It's such a better way to look at the world than the other way around. You have to be positive or one day you'll crack. Always remember to have faith so that doesn't happen. I don't understand. She's honest about her emotions in a way I simply cannot be. She's the exact opposite of me in that regard. And yet she can still read me. I don't get it. How can she understand me like that? It's like she can read my mind. If only I could just tell her everything. Make it all another page in our mindless chatter. Get everything weighing down on me off my chest. Is something the matter? You're cruel. What? I said you're cruel. I'm sorry, ignore me. In preparation for the day you can finally go back home, you're going to have to stop being such a picky eater. Where did that come from? Think about how terrible it would be if, when that day finally came, you went back sickly and weak and emaciated. Giselle is thirsty. Wait, why do you say she's thirsty? Hello, sincerely. You wouldn't be able to enjoy yourself. You're still alright, Master. You're doing okay. So let's try to keep you healthy. Tell me your preferences. Fantasizing about the broad shoulders and muscular arms, but she's fantasizing about that in like a brotherly way, like a figure that could protect her, like in a more father/brotherly way. Wow, how forward of you. Huh? My taste in men is the last thing I expected you to ask about, Master. I don't recall specifying people. Now, don't fret the details. It's only natural to be curious, so let's make it about that. And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. Alright then, tell me about your first crush, Master. Oh my god, they're like gushing over stuff like this. And I have to start? I never had one. What? No, I'm not buying it. You were living at home until 10 years ago, weren't you? Surely there was someone who caught your eye. There was not. Without missing a beat. Oh, fine, then I'll go. My first crush was the son of a blacksmith. You missed the part where you ask, what kind of guy was he? This is such a pain. Since you asked, he was a huge, muscular fellow. Okay, so obviously she was fantasizing about someone with muscles. He was so tall, he would always hit his head on the doorway whenever he came to our shop to trade. Oh. Nice beefy guys really are great, huh? They make your heart get all fluttery and tight. Are you trying to imply I don't have a chance? Though, I think that was more admiration than love. You know, the way a group of girls would get together and fawn over a popular good-looking guy, it was like that. So, you're saying the buff bastard was popular? Very much so. I wonder what love feels like. I never got the chance to find out before ending up like this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get all dark on you. Say whatever's on your mind. I don't deserve your consideration. It was my family that put you through that, after all. Perhaps it is my reticence that causes her to watch her step around me? Damn. Need to come up with something to say. When I was 14. Oh? You asked about my first crush. Ah, I knew you had one. So tell me, what was she like? She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was Amy, and she was a year older than me. Ah, love between nobility. A world I can only even imagine. It never went anywhere. What? You didn't even try to woo her? You didn't shower her in presents? Were you by chance a late bloomer, Master? She was my brother's fiancée. Oh, I see. So it was a love that could never be realized. That's sad. Not really. Besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore. and what I felt then was just impulses. I guess that makes us both inexperienced. I suppose it does. Okay. I think that's enough of that. So it is. Do you like being here? Of course. I love it here. Being with you, being able to talk to you like this. See, that I don't understand. What? Why not? I find it difficult to believe there exists any reason speaking with me would be anything but unpleasant. You're so negative. Oh, hush. Say that, for example, but instead of me, there was someone not so pessimistic here. You would rather be talking to them, wouldn't you? I really do enjoy this, truly. I will admit my time down in the village was, for the most part, delightful, but oh, how should I put this? I started realizing, yeah, I'm kind of forcing myself to fit that image. And I'm trying to convince myself that it's okay. But somehow, when I'm here, there's none of that. I wonder why that is. I certainly wouldn't know. I suppose you wouldn't. Oh, I know. Maybe I think of you as a kid now. Come again. I love talking to kids. What? Hey, now, don't give me that look. What I'm trying to say is, you're very sincere, Master. You're not going to smile and then stab me in the back when I turn the other way. I can relax around you, which is nice. I see. Ah, you just blushed, didn't you? You're blushing, you adorable little thing. That's alright, you're allowed to fall for me. Hehehe. Is there any window in particular you'd like to be thrown out of? No fun at all. Wait, that's not animal crashing. So Phoebe. See what I was saying, Master? With just a short conversation, I know you better than I did before, and you me. That's fine and well, but what do I do with that knowledge? Huh? You don't do anything with it. It's fun learning things you didn't know before. That's all there is to it. And what happens when there's nothing left to learn? That's a day I don't think will ever come. People are always changing, growing, so there is no upper limit to what you can know about them. There's always something new to discover. Maybe we'll be here for many more years, or maybe you'll able to go home sooner than you expect. But either way, I hope we can keep getting to know each other until then. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. And hey now, what are you looking away for? What do you think? Because you keep throwing me off balance. A few months ago, I was doing everything in my power to avoid her. But yet now that smile of hers seems so oddly enchanting. I don't understand. I will do my best, so that we can make this work. I'm glad to hear it. Giselle, I was too awkward back then to even compliment you on your smile. To put my feelings into words, I was too cynical to accept what you said at face value, which I know caused you plenty of grief. I am not much better now than I was then, but I will tell you this. When I next see you, I want more than anything to let you know how much I adore your smile, and how much I don't want to lose you or it ever again. I haven't played Animal Crossing in a while. I gotta pick it back up again. Is this Groundhog Day that you're at this point again? You must never reclaim your old selves. Become my loyal servants. Wait, I don't know who's talking here. Always at my side. I think this is the witch Morgana talking. And curse them with me, my dears. Eternal suffering on all their souls. Is Animal Crossing more important than Neo 2? Oh, I forgot I was gonna maybe put up like a donation code for Neo 2. Cause I'm planning on picking that up for the PC. So if you guys want to help with that, Neo Tool is like 7 days. Yeah, I know. I don't know if I'll be able to get it then before it pops up. Or maybe I can. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. My consciousness, wavering like a ship at sea, is slowly drawn back to the surface. Like, I can't decide if I want to put Neo 1 DLC. I don't know if I'll get the Neo 1 DLC because I haven't seen it on sale though. I'd have to like, but then I have to like go and like keep checking in on it then. I don't know. I might just skip ahead to Neo 2. Skip ahead to Neo 2. Because, like, I was looking at the Neo 1 DLCs, and there's, like, so many DLCs. Like, if I bought all of them, and, like, I didn't buy them on sale, it would cost me, like, $30 or $40. Because they're, like, $10 each, and there's, like, three or four DLCs for Neo 1. I think Neo 2 is still capped at 100 FPS on PC. Is that a problem? Did I read this? I think I read this. With each new breath, feeling gradually returns to my fingers. So the reason why it looked like we were going back in time is just Michel was just remembering his memories of Giselle. And right now he's fighting to get Giselle back because Giselle is, you know, being held by the witch. Saw a streamer playing it. 120. I think it's 100. But you need a 3080 to get them? Oh, really? Jesus. I don't have a 3080. I just have a 1660. I only have a 1660, so do I need to put up a donation goal for a new GPU? Ken's face is a 3080. I wish it was, and then I could install it. I could install my face into the computer and I'd have a better GPU. Ah, Team Ninja said it's 120 FPS. Well, I think what Vivi is saying that is you need a 3080 to be able to pull off the 120 FPS. Probably. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere and the sound of a crackling fire. Creak, creak, creak. Split, split, split. It takes a moment for me to realize I'm in the very same spot where I first awoke. I don't know how I got here, but I'm sitting in a rocking chair, hunched forward. My head feels like someone filled it with rocks, and I'm having difficulty focusing. My joints are creaking and I feel like I'm going to vomit. A suffocating odor hangs over the room. What is this? Giselle! Giselle! Everything comes back to me all at once. That's right. I watched Morgana kidnap her. So that's what happened. Morgana kidnapped Giselle, even though he was trying to reunite with her. On high settings, but down the graphics and you'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, I'd never figured that I would have been able to pull off the ultimate graphics with Neo 2, so... I mean, I'll try to bump them up as high as I can handle them, but I'll balance it. I'll balance it with performance and stuff like that, so... And also with my, OBS as well. Because I don't know how high I can go without it, like, affecting the stream. I watched the witch drag her into darkness, unable to reach her hand. Where are you, Morgana? Ugh. I know you're there, cackling as you look down on me. Say something, witch. I will find you, and I will take her back. What on earth? There's a pool of liquid at my feet, rising just short of my ankles. It's sticky and uncomfortably warm. Every step I take makes splat, splat noises. This is... blood. The mansion has taken on a very different face from when Giselle was leading me through its halls. Blood of unknown origin not only covers the floor, but also streams down the walls and drips from the ceiling. Isn't this what happened in Poltergeist with, like, it bleeding all over the house? Or something? Or wasn't there a movie that did this? I'm speechless as I behold the dreadful scene. Every breath I take tastes and smells of rusts. Have you seen The Medium? I think I saw a couple streamers playing it, but I didn't click through to see what the game was like. I just seen the title floating around. So no, I haven't seen it, but I've seen that there is a game called The Medium, and it's supposed to be like, is it supposed to be scary? I'm assuming it's supposed to be scary. Ugh. It's all so unreal, beyond my comprehension. All I can do is stare, aghast, feeling like I might pass out. Whoops, I missed the line there. Giselle, are you seeing this? The same twisted nightmare as me? An image of her floating alone in the vast sea of blood flashes through my mind. That vision kicks me into motion. I promise I will come for you. So please, just hang in there for a little longer. I began walking, or more accurately dragging my heavy feet forward. The constant splashing of blood against my ankles grates at my already taut nerves. Morgana told me to find my way to her, and I can think of only one place she would be. She and Giselle must be there. The tower? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'll have to take a look at what kind of game it's like. The stained glass window is splattered with blood, too. It creates trails like streams of tears running down the Archangel's face. I give the window a brief glance before making my way to the door leading to the observation tower. However, why won't it open? There shouldn't be a lock. So why? Lustrous black chains seal the metal door. I can recall no such obstruction present during either my life or my time here after. What on earth is going on in this house? No, it's not important right now. What matters is making it through this door. Ugh, damn it. I pull and I push, but the chains won't give an inch. They feel sturdy enough that I probably couldn't cut through them either. There has to be some way. I consider giving up here and scouring the rest of the house, but I'm convinced the tower is my best chance. The fact that it's sealed now when it hadn't been before feels like a challenge more than a deterrent. I trace the length of chain with my hand, and at the end of it I find a peculiar looking lock into which the ends of several chains have been fed. There are 3 keyholes. Morgana fashioned a custom lock just for this? I need to find 3 keys to open the door then. But I have no idea where to begin my search. I lived here for more than 10 years, and yet it feels like I've stepped into a strange land. No, it's not the same house. Searching blindly is only going to waste time, and the longer I take, the more danger she's in. I met someone before who had a key. It was before I had reclaimed myself, when I was exploring the mansion alone. Think, Michelle, who was it? The painting? Oh, okay, I guessed it. I guessed it before he said it. The painting. Off to the painting we go. Like everything else in the house, the painting is covered in blood. That it depicts a serene, rural landscape only makes the contrast that much grimmer. I remember talking to this painting, assuming I wasn't hallucinating. I have a question for you. Are you awake? Please, wake up. Ah. Can you hear my voice? Please say something. You reside here in the house like the witch, don't you? You've been here with her all this time, haven't you? Then you must know how to get into the observation tower. About the 3 keys I need to open the lock. I need to get into the tower. Please, tell me where I can find the keys. Say something, damn it! Answer my question. Is someone there? I don't know what kind of voice to make. What's the matter? I feel kind of strange. Did the witch do something to me? Please get a hold of yourself. Everything's all red. I can't stand it. I don't remember using that color. Ugh. I reach my hand up to try to wipe as much of the blood off of the canvas as possible, but I can't even smear it with my sleeve, let alone get it off. You're wasting your time. But is the thought that counts. Anyway, you had a question for me? Go on, I'm listening. I guess the painting isn't on the witch's side then? The clock tower? It's called a watchtower. Although it's not much of a watchtower because there's like not even a window. The door to the observation tower has been locked. I need to gather 3 keys, I think. That's my assumption since the lock has 3 keyholes. Do you know of any such keys? And if so, could you tell me where they might be? Keys? Keys? Please stay with me. You're the only one I can ask for help. Keys. I'm guessing this is probably in some way connected to her past. Her past? You know, the events the witch is always cursing about. What happened between her and those the 3 men? What happened between them? The keys are probably with the 3 of them. The 3 shadows. You must have seen them. 3 men, 3 shadows? Find them. And you'll probably find the keys too. Watch yourself. They aren't likely to trust you easily. The depth of their sins grows greater the farther you go. Visit them in order. The first one probably won't be a problem. So tell me something. You're Michelle, aren't you? Yes? Or what? I've wanted to apologize to you for so long. Wait, what do you mean? Do you know me? Did you? What do you want to apologize for? Tell me, please. Could you be? But why? How? When everything else is finished, I'm going to need to visit this painting again. But now I have other things to do. The painting gave me a hint about where I could find the keys. I don't know anything about this past Morgana has with the 3 men. I never asked her about herself after all. So maybe I'm gonna have to end up having to do more than simply take Giselle back. Has our involvement with the witch caused us to be swept up into her twisted maelstrom of fate? Regardless, I need to get to work. The painting said to visit them in order. I assume he was referring to the order I entered the 3 doors? Oh crap. So we gotta remember... we gotta remember how we did this. I wanna save these as choices. So I think you had to do them in the right order, otherwise you might not get the correct ending. So if I recall, the first story was the 2 children. These ones are going to be harder. I don't know which one was which. The cellar. Oh wait, the cellar was the beast story. Okay. And then the den must be the 3rd story with the... in the 1800s. So it's the Rose Garden. I know it's the first story. I make my way to the Rose Garden. The corridor leading where there is a mess, and the wooden door is rotting away. I can smell the flowers on the other side. Everything is different from when I was alive, from when Giselle planted and raised that single rose. A scene from the past spreads out before me. The field of once proudly flourishing roses is now withered and grey. Wait, hold on, just 1 second. The art style's interesting, this game. Yeah, it's got a very nice art style. Although this is just the background, so not much to say about the background. I guess the background's supposed to look more like watercolory. Knowing how beautiful it had once been only makes it much more dispiriting. A bitter breeze brushes past me. Solitude hangs over the garden like a thick fog, eating away at me. This isn't what I wanted. Someone get me out of here. Oh God, tell me that I'm not the bad one here. A young man's shadow stands off to the side, muttering listlessly to himself. I recognize his voice. Do you have the key? The boy and I have never met, but I feel like I know him quite well, like we have been acquainted for many years. Is this watercolor? I'm gonna say no. Like, the style doesn't look like watercolor. It looks more like oil, maybe? Oil? Or maybe acrylic, because you can't get that kind of like layered effect where the color is so solidly on top of the color. I mean, like, okay, with watercolor you can layer it, but it's not gonna have like that bold kind of look to it. It's gonna be more like a blended kind of look. It's like Bob Ross padding effect. Yeah, and I believe Bob usually uses acrylics. No, he usually uses acrylics. I know how polite and mild-mannered he is. I know how kind and how vulnerable, how human this heart is. However, very little of that boy seems to remain. This isn't what I wanted. Oh God. Please answer me. Someone get me out of here. Tell me that I'm not the bad one here. Answer me, Mel Rhodes. I know that's you. Huh? As soon as I say the shadow's name, it turns to face me. I still can't make out much detail, but he seems slightly less tenuous now. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Michelle. I once lived here in this mansion. Michelle? I know that name. I know it very well. But something's not right. You look different from the Michelle I remember. I am not the Michelle you know. Our names simply sound the same. Oh, that makes sense. She would never come see me. I have a question for you. Do you have the key to the observation tower? I do. Would you please give it to me? I need to get into the tower. And what do you need there? There's someone there I need to find. That's all? It may not sound like much to you, but it means a great deal to me. You're not one of her prisoners, then? No. I came here of my own free will. To find this person? Exactly. Then maybe you can help me. Help you how? Set me free. Convince her to release me from this place. I'm begging you. The anguish emanating from the boy's shadow is so thick, it causes me to recoil. There's a thread of dark desperation in his voice. Has he been imprisoned here for hundreds of years, like Giselle? Promise me, you'll get me out of here? Am I even equipped to judge whether that would be a good decision or not? All I know of him is his time in his mansion during the era of roses. I know nothing else of his life. I don't even know if I would be capable of keeping such a promise. Do I have the strength to save anyone other than her? Do you? Do you absolutely need the key? You won't agree to help me without it, will you? What? I dropped it. Over there. Huh? The boy is pointing to a thick bramble of roses. Despite the flowers themselves being wilted, the thorns are still sharp. It was an accident, I swear. I didn't want to scratch up my arm, so I left it there. It's not my fault there are so many thorns. I really want to hit this boy. Why couldn't you just have said so? Because I thought if I didn't have the key, that you wouldn't help me. There's only so much I can do, regardless of whether you have the key. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I be the judge of you. I see. I do not have enough information to make such a decision. Cheap promises and superficial kindness will only serve to destroy the both of us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to retrieve the key. What? You'll never get it out of those thorns. I don't care if it's at the bottom of the ocean. I will have that key. You're wasting your time. I approach the bramble, reaching out for it with my right hand. From behind me, I can sense the boy watching. First, I attempt to spread the tangled, thorn-ridden stems so I can put my arm in without injuring myself. But they seem to be made of iron rather than plant, and my efforts prove mostly fruitless. The only opening is barely large enough to fit an arm in and resembles the toothy mouth of a beast. Looking around the garden, I can't find anything that looks remotely useful. I guess my only option is reaching in. That's not going to stop me. I lean down, inserting my right arm into the thorny cavern. Immediately they begin ripping at my sleeve and gashing at my flesh. Ugh. Blood spills down my arm. I'm long since dead, no longer human, but the pain is still agonizing, still very much real. Giselle, she doesn't bleed. She doesn't feel pain. Am I not the same as her then? That doesn't matter right now. Focus on getting the damned key. Grr. Ugh. Streams of crimson spread through the steel-like tangle gnawing at my arm like a ravenous animal. Ugh, where the hell is the key? Its thorny stems are twisted and layered so thick I can't see inside at all. As I dig around blindly, I start losing feeling in my arm. It's an endless deluge of pain. Hey, cut it out! You're gonna lose your arm. I will not stop until I have the key. Don't ask me for help. I wasn't even considering it. I collect what remains of my gradually fading sensation and focus it into my fingers, praying even one of them will brush against the key. I bet you the key wasn't even in there at all. Mel was probably just lying about it. But as much as I search, as much as I dig, I find nothing so much as resembling a key, which means it must be deeper than I can reach my arm. Even so, I cannot give up. Ugh. Hey, please be quiet right now. I need to focus. I'm sorry, I do have the key actually. Oh my god, he lied to us. Debated. You what? I'm so sorry. It didn't look like you were willing to help even if I gave it to you, so... Plus, she told me not to give it to anyone for any reason. Hold still so I can beat you. I didn't mean you any ill will. You most certainly did. I'll give you the key, so please have mercy. Trembling in fear, the boy's shadow sticks out a hand, holding a key. The arm I used to dig through the thorns is so bloody and gashed I can barely look at it, but it does still function. So, I take the key from him with my right hand. Oh, why couldn't you use your other hand? That's gross. That's the idea. You're kind of a jerk, you know. That's a laugh coming from you. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I know. I'm sorry, really. But hey, you're alive, so no big deal, right? But wait, can you actually say either of us are alive? I don't even know anymore. I do appreciate you giving me the key, though, seeing as it seemed to be rather important to you, too. Hey, is this person you want to get back really worth going through all this for? She is. She's the only person who's ever loved me. And she's waiting for me. I see. You know, I had someone that meant a lot to me too. My sister. Which one? Which? The one with flaxen hair like me. If you happen to see her, do something nice for her, please. That, I would say, is your responsibility. Yeah, you're right. But I'll keep it in mind. Thanks! In the tale I witnessed, the boy pushed his sister away. For an understandable reason, admittedly. But now he seems to bear no grudge for her. Did something else happen between them? Even if it did, I don't have time to ask about it. I'll be on my way. Alright, take care. There are 2 more keys. Watch out, though. They're not the most friendly people. And they'll probably be even more deranged locked up like this. I appreciate the warning. If only someone like you had shown up sooner and taken the keys from us. Goodbye. After bidding me farewell, the boy's phantom dissipates into the shadows of the rose garden. I wonder if he's gone back to mindlessly muttering his regrets. I should get going. Arm. So sad. So we're supposed to go in the order, so I think the cellar. Cellar was the beast. The beast was the second story. I descend the stairs, opening the cellar door. The first time I visited this room, the smell of blood from within was nearly suffocating. Now the entire house reeks of it, and I've started to go numb to the odor. There's no one here. Am I in the wrong place? I began exploring the cellar, hoping to maybe find the key, hidden away or abandoned somewhere. As I reached my hand out to investigate one area, a shadow leaps out of the thick darkness. It's so swift I have no time to react. My body freezes in place. A shadow stands before me, holding the tip of a blade mere inches from my face. A key? You have a key. I do, yes. Cold sweat trickles down my back. My voice is shaking and there's no hiding it. The shade appears to be glaring at me, though I cannot make out its face. After a few seconds it withdraws its blade. Let me see it. The boy's key. Did he give it to you? In the rose garden, yes. Are you two acquaintances? How could that be, though? You were from a completely different era and country. Who are you? No, never mind. Who are you, or who you are, is irrelevant to me. Are you human now? If you are speaking of my nature, then no is the only answer I can give you. You didn't kill me, though. You wanted to. You could have easily taken... Whoops. You could easily skewer me where I stand. If that's what you want, I'd be happy. Or, if that's what you want, I'd be happy to oblige. What did you come here for? For your key. I came to ask if you would give it to me. You mean to open that door? I need to get into the tower, yes. I see. Take it. Hey, that was easy. He just gave it up willingly. The man's shadow tosses the key at my feet. I'm not quite sure what to think. I didn't expect him to give it up so readily. What? Take it. I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. I thought you were supposed to hold on to this at all costs. I no longer have any reason to guard that key. In the past, I might have severed your head from your shoulders the moment you mentioned it, though. What point in the past? Or what point in the past? That's a question I wish I knew the answer to. Hey, do you know why I'm here? Where this place is? When is it? Why can't I get out of here? What's happened to me? Tell me. I have no idea what's going on. Not a single goddamned idea. Neither do I. Get out. Take the key and get out of here. Get out. I can't bring myself to say anything to the enraged shadow, so I follow his command, picking up the key and departing the cellar. Nyak, nyak, nyak. I thought I was dead for a second. This makes two, though. What could have happened between these people? The painting mentioned a past with them, and Morgana spoke of the wicked men she cursed. Does that mean they did something awful enough to earn Morgana's spite? Right now, though, I must push onward. If I'm not mistaken, the final key should be in that room. The room with the billiards table? What is billiards anyway? I should get moving. This music is like kind of like sleep inducing. It's so like soft and gentle. Once I have this key, I can get into the observation tower. I am almost certain Morgana is waiting for me there. With Giselle. So I gather up my resolve and hurry to the last room, not wanting to take even a second longer than necessary getting her back. I can hardly believe my eyes when I step into the den. In the middle of the room is a large rectangular table. Several balls roll across its surface and perched on one corner. Looking down at the floor is her. Giselle. Giselle! The question of why she's here never crosses my mind. All I feel is elation to see her once more. There's no room for anything else in my head. I run over to her, put my hand on her shoulder. "Thank goodness you're all right," and turn her toward me. What? Giselle? Giselle! I shake her, causing her head to droop lifelessly. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. Why, Giselle, why? Say something, Giselle. Say anything, please. This can't be. You can't be. You can't be. My mind goes blank. I can't catch my breath. The world is hazy. Why is Giselle... Why did I have to find her like this? Why? I swore I would do anything. I swore I would never lose you again. No, no, no. This can't be. A thought crosses my dazed, despair-wrought mind. It's probably nothing more than vain hope, but... Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. So it's a fake Giselle? That's right, she doesn't bleed. So this can't be her. This isn't her. Or maybe Morgana has the power to alter Giselle's very nature, kill her with the flick of a wrist. No, I don't even want to think about it. There's no hope to be found down that path. All I can do is pray. Beg for her to still be alive. Or, if alive isn't the right word, herself. My prayers bring me back to reality, which is when I realize there's something hard pressed against the back of my head. I hear a harsh, metallic clink. What? Ugh. A piercing bang rips through the air as I drop to the hard floor. My ears are ringing painfully. Through the cloud of smoke and confusion, I see a man's silhouette. Missed. It takes several moments for me to recognize the object in his hand as a gun. Not only because it's draped in shadow, but because I've never seen one with my own eyes. Had I not witnessed what they were capable of through the stories, I would not have understood how terrifying they were. Not a problem, though. I'll finish you with the next one. Now, you hold still, boy. Start running around like a rat, and I can't guarantee you a painless death. Wait, hold on a second. What are you trying to kill me for? Because you make too much goddamn noise, that's why. Don't tell me, you're the one who... What? I turned my gaze toward the large table. Giselle isn't there. It must have been an illusion after all. The realization sends a wave of relief through me. I still have a gun in my face, though. Curious man you are. Does the table warrant your attention more than me? I have a request. Could you give me the key in your possession? That's all I need, then I'll leave and stop making a racket. I'm not sure you understand your predicament, boy. Because if you think you're in any position to be asking favors, you're dumber than you look. Ha! Ha ha ha. Gun in my face. Wait, are you trying to... Vivi, it's not that kind of gun. It's more like, because he doesn't know... Michelle's not supposed to know what the fuck a gun is, right? So, because he's not from that time period. Vivi's lord. Vivi's very lord. Hi, Inky. I know it's not usually me, but I'm up late because I got a friend who has an anniversary stream in 3 hours, so I couldn't sleep. Wow, 3 hours? That's so late. And you're actually staying up for this? Well, kudos to you for staying up for their anniversary stream. I don't even know when my anniversary is. I don't think I've ever celebrated my anniversary. Lol. But hello, Maddie. How are you? Well, it's at 5, so yes. Okay. For me, that'd be like 1 in the morning. 1:30? 1 o'clock? PST time. Lude. Follow age. Insane Kittens is not following Insane Kittens. I think it's just follow age. You just go follow age. Wait, you can like look up other people's follow age? Is this possible? I don't even know how to spell your name. Cyrilly. Huh. So you can look up other people's follow age. That's funny. I didn't know you could use the command like that. That's funny. I always thought it was just like it was a self command, but you learned something new. Haha, Emil, no, it's just the cooldown. I beat him to the punch. Or did I? No, wait. No, I think he hit it when it was still under cooldown, and then I got it. I picked up the next one. I clicked it off by accident. You can click the heart to unfollow too easily. Did you know? Did you seriously? Are you serious? I don't know if I believe that, but okay. Let's just go with that. Wow, Vivi has been following for over a year now. That's crazy. Feeling okay, skin sensitive tonight from the winter, but other than that, I'm okay. Yeah, my skin dries out like crazy during the winter time. It's very dry. I guess it's dry where you are at too. First off, I don't even know what key you're talking about. I don't believe that. The other two had keys. You're telling me they gave you their keys? It sounds like they really do know each other. See for yourself. I believe you should recognize these. Are you collecting them to enter the tower? Are you going to see Morgana? There seems to be a hint of tension in the man's voice. Though I can't see his face, I can sense the waves forming from him. I brace myself for either rejection or hot lead, but the apparition gives me neither. Take me with you! What? You have the other two keys, don't you? Then you can open the door. Bring me to the witch. Wait, slow down. What are you planning to do when you see her? What do you think? She has to. She has to. He's gone. She has to... what? What was he trying to say? On the floor where the shade stood is a new key. Curious though I am about his last words, this makes 3. I have all the keys now. Are you trying to rile me up, Morgana? Are you enjoying yourself up there, showing me these phantoms and watching me squirm? Just you wait, I'm on my way. I give the room a brief once-over before making my way back to the chapel. Duel me. You mean, like duel you as in, like duel? Like to fight? That's duel. The D-U-L-A, or D-U-A-L is like, two of something. Like a duet or something. Duel. Yeah, duel just means like double of something. And then duel is like, to fight. Like a challenge. The keys fit perfectly in openings on the lock, and when I insert the last one, it clicks open. I should save, by the way. Let's do this. This way. Dual wielding Kirito. What? Sword Art Online. The chain sealing the door, falling to the floor. They're waiting behind this door at the top of the stairs. I start pondering what I can even do in the face-off against Morgana, which sends a nervous shudder down my spine. I'm not going to back down regardless, but she is a witch and I am a mere human. Formerly human. I'm not a master swordsman, nor do I wield a gun. I have nothing at all with which to fight her. I still have to confront the witch, though, no matter what. As laughably reckless or as foolish as I may be, I have no other option. I place my hand on the door, preparing to climb the tower where I once spent my last breath, Giselle locked safely away in the chamber at the top. The tower where I first met the witch. No hesitation. Kirito was one of the only dual wielders. Dual blades. Nitoryo, literally two-blade style, is a unique skill that belongs to Kirito in Sword Art Online. The skill allows the use of unique sword skills that are executed with two blades simultaneously. Oh yeah, I sort of vaguely remember this. I think this is supposed to be like rain falling, but this does not invoke like sounds of rainfall. This test was total nuts. How should I know what a house in Harry Potter is? Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about the test that he posted? So wait, it wasn't just like an Attack on Titan test? Maybe if you read Harry Potter you would know what a house is. I know what a house is. The sound of blood streaming down the stairs echoes off the stone walls. Although I have begun growing numb to the house's otherworldly ornamentation, the sight of a seemingly endless river of blood flowing down the spiral staircase sends a chill through me. Every step I climb makes a splat, splat noise. When I reach a window, I look out to see a churning reddish black fog. Now this brings me back. You, climbing these stairs alone, just like old times. Morgana. I waited so long for someone like you to show up. Someone with enough despair to resurrect me. Give her back. But now I don't see it in you. I don't feel one bit of that intense hopelessness anymore. Give her back. And here I thought we were cut from the same cloth. Morgana. Yes, I'll give her back. If you can make it to me without losing yourself. I will not give up. It doesn't matter what you do. Hehe. Looking up, I can't see how far the stairs extend. It's just a gaping blackness, so I have no way of knowing for sure whether I'm getting any closer. Around and around and around and around, around and around. Beneath me, the blood river traces the same path in reverse. I start to wonder if the staircase even does end. If I'm not just eternally retracing my own steps. But I continue climbing regardless. It's all I can do. Put one foot in front of the other and hope I make it to the top. Morgana. What is this place? What did you do to it? What is it? Why, it's the mansion you lived in for a decade, of course. You look at this and tell me it's the same house? What's with the blood everywhere? And the three shadows? Now, my dear, no need to raise your voice. And you're being impolite. One question at a time. Answer me. What is this place? That's immaterial. Even if I were to give you an answer you found satisfying, what would that knowledge do for you? Your objective is to reach the top of these stairs and rescue Giselle. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that right? Or, by chance, have you taken an interest in me? Despite never once asking about myself before. My gut tells me that without knowing what this place is, without even the briefest glimpse at its nature, I won't be able to safely get her back. Without knowing what I'm up against, I don't stand a chance. Please, tell me about this mansion, Morgana. About yourself. What are you, Morgana? A witch. No, that's not what I'm asking. Why do you have the powers you do? What are you? Yes, I get it. Humans feel the need to attach names to things and phenomena they don't understand. I understand that feeling very well. Which is why I'm sure you'll be rather disappointed when I reveal the truth. I think... Okay, here, I'm gonna make a prediction. I think Morgana is the will of the house. She's actually the house itself. Like, she isn't like a human or anything like that. She's actually just the will of the house. And she calls herself Morgana the Witch. One of the tests asks what your Harry Potter house is. Oh, okay. Even though it was supposed to test you on Attack on Titan. If I had to guess Vivi, I would put her at... Should probably be Gryffindor or a Ravenclaw, maybe. Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. There you go. And then I think with me, I'd probably put myself under Ravenclaw. Sam, the unicorn with the hearty rate of 13 kittens. Hello. Magical Unicrew. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. High amplitude on the Ada Ada. Oh, with the witch voice, yeah. I went with an Ada Ada voice for her. Well, I answered the Raven thing. Yeah, I think he would probably be closest would be Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. Magical Unicrew, hello, hello, Magical Unicrew. How are you guys? What were you guys up to? Let me throw you up a shout out. You were streaming Yomawari Midnight Shadows. Oh, okay. Is that game any good? You play horror games in your unicorn onesie. That sounds interesting. I'll have to check this out. How are you today? How's it going? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? How was your stream? Was it fun? I think I've always meant to play Yomawari. But is that like the sequel? Is that the sequel? Sam's the best. Oh, are you here because of Julian? Are you here because of Julian? Thank you so much for that raid, by the way. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're getting to the end of this visual novel, so I know I'm gonna be mostly just reading here. We had an amazing horror game stream. Thanks. Oh, nice. Wait, Yomawari. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Yomawari is kind of like a horror-ish side. I always think of it as like a cutesy horror kind of themed game. She's the friend I mod for that I told you about. I see. That's cool. Oh, okay, that's the sequel. Gotcha. I don't think I've ever. No, you know what? I've not played I've not played Yomawari. Period. Voice acting. My voice acting. And he says the end, isn't it, for 2 weeks now? No, I haven't said that. I've only said that in like maybe like the last 2 streams. But I underestimated how long the story was. No worries, I'm more than happy to be here. Got recommended by Julian. Nice, 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 nice. I appreciate that. I didn't say anything, Enki. What do you mean? Really? Yeah, we're gonna find the truth about Morgana, though. I made a prediction about who I think Morgana is, and I think Morgana is the house, the will of the house. What do you mean? What I mean is, I am an ordinary— okay, I was totally wrong. I'm an ordinary human. She found you all her own. Okay. Really? Is that true? I don't know about that. See, the thing is, I don't believe that, because like how would someone find me playing this like almost obscure visual novel unless you were aware of this visual novel, and plus they were playing something different. So, instant fan of Inky. Lol, no, I recommend we rate you. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured. That's always how it is. It's either you get rated by someone who's playing the same game and they find you from that category. And Sam the Unicorn, thank you so much for that follow. I love that you are a unicorn. You know, unicorns were my favorite animal when I was a kid. They were my favorite animal. I don't care mythical or not. Salience? Salience. I'm gonna go with that. Thank you so much for that follow. Really appreciate it. Much love. She's the house, and then she follows up with, I am human. I know, right? That's not possible. That's not possible. You expected me to believe a human created this illusion? Oops. Sorry. Then, are you saying I'm a magician or a wizard like you might see in a fairy tale? I would believe that over you being human. Think back then, would you? Recall our time together. Did I ever once use magic? Did I control fire or wind? Did I create illusions? No, I did none of that, because I could not. To you, when you were alive, I suppose you could say, I was naught but a simple ghost. A rather mischievous but otherwise powerless good spirit, and I was nothing more to those 3 men either. The witch, Morgana, was never anything but a wretched phantom haunting this old house. But then, how do you explain this? Michelle, my dear, we're not the same beings we once were. We're different than we were in the realm of light, the era of the living. You figured that much out though, haven't you? That you're already dead? Yes, I know. I know I couldn't possibly be alive. Yet you still view this world through the lens of the living. You make no effort to see it as the land of the dead. Tell me, why would you think that the realm of the living and the dead are the same? Though the worlds behind each door were so vibrant, the mansion itself never had any color. They were the memories of the past, the land of the living, of times forever lost to us. Our lives have already come to an end, my dear. Every last soul within these walls is dead. This is the world that lies beyond the dead. It is my world. This is the afterlife. Why get caught up in the minutiae? None of us has a future, so what reason is there for you to desperately obsess over taking Giselle back? Just like you. She's long since dead. Pink fluffy unicorn dancing on rainbows. I love unicorns. I still like unicorns. I loved them more when I was a kid though, for sure. Like my childhood movie was The Last Unicorn. The Last Unicorn. Please tell me you've seen this. Have you seen The Last Unicorn? Anyone here? She's a walking corpse. It's nothing I didn't already know, but hearing her say it, it's like a kick to the gut. Dead or alive, she still lives on within this house, and my spirit found its way back too. Why then should I not wish for her to have a future, no matter what form it may take? No matter if my choices erase her from this world entirely. Having seen what lies beyond the door in our heart, what happened in all those hundreds of years, I could never let her remain here with you, trapped in this world bereft of light, drifting aimlessly for all eternity. Ah, so determined you feel the need to raise your voice. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see. I ask you this again, Morgana. Please tell me about yourself. How did you become a witch? How did you end up attached to this house? I want to hear your story. Okay, so we're getting another story. Yet another story. Stories just never end. Don't make me cry, Inky. Wait, what do you mean? As if I'll ever get the music back out of my head? Well, what do you mean make you cry? Are you talking about The Last Unicorn? The Last Unicorn? I like Pegasus more than unicorns. What about alicorns then? I didn't know alicorns were a thing until My Little Ponies, Friendship is Magic. When the last unicorn. It's so great a movie though. It's like an animated movie and like they're singing in it and stuff, but it's so like they're like adult kind of like they're like kind of mature themes in it. I can make you sing it. Oh no, don't. Well, I mean that one's not so bad. The other song, some of the other songs though in The Last Unicorn were pretty cringy. You honestly want to know about me? I do now, yes. But not for me, for her, yes, right? Don't be shy now, it's the truth, isn't it? Besides, if you did say it was for me, not her, I might die of laughter. As you wish. You have seen many tales of people's lives since arriving here, and now you shall see mine. Though I ask you this, will you writhe in despair with me? Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again? As I said before, if that is what you want from me. Let me tell you something though, my dear. It will not be as easy to watch as you imagine. Now that you've reclaimed yourself, you will be able to feel all my pain as if it were your own, to resonate with it. Resonate with it? You no longer have your little guardian with you either. My guardian. She was always protecting me. Hehe, you'll have a wonderful time, I'm sure. It's a tale that could only have taken place in that era of miracles and spirituality. Wondrous and weird, senseless and stupid, hopelessly tragic. Will you watch it with me? Looks like we're gonna watch it anyway. As soon as the final word leaves her mouth, I'm engulfed in darkness, not even given a moment to brace myself. The tower stairs crumble beneath me, my feet have nowhere to go. As if I'm being battered by the roaring blood river, my consciousness melds with another. I think the Pegasus and Fire Elm emblems were alicorns. Oh, okay. Alicorns are, like, unicorns with wings. That's what alicorns are. I carry within me the child of God. That is where it all began. The words of one foolish woman determined the course of my entire life. Before I was even born, my fate was decided. Did her claim come from faith? Was it her way of escaping reality? Did she do it for money or fame? I don't know. I had been visited by an angel of the Lord. The village where she lived had suffered from years of poor harvest. It had been months since the last rain, and all the villagers prayed desperately to be blessed with succor. I am with child, though I have known no man. So proclaimed the pregnant woman in the midst of the drought. And on the day of my birth, the very moment I let out my first cry, a heavy rain fell upon the village. The storm quenched the parched earth, nourishing the crops and saving the village. The villagers were astounded, for they had thought the drought would never end. As plump drops of rain poured down upon the village, they gathered around newborn me in exultation. Ah, she is the god of, or child of God. Perhaps there would be more wonder in claiming I had magical powers. Perhaps it would make a better story if I were to say there were higher forces involved. But all these years later, here is what I truly think. It was nothing more than a fluke. An improbable stroke of luck. An unbelievably fortunate accident for my mother and the village, and an indescribably unfortunate accident for myself. I am with child, though I have known no man? As if that's even possible. Maybe she had fooled around with a man who had gone and abandoned her, and she spouted those lies to convince herself it had never happened. None of the village men made any claim to be my father. Perhaps he was someone else's husband, and as such, he couldn't reveal himself, as adultery is a sin in the eyes of God. The girl they were praising as the god of child was, indeed, not more than the original ordinary daughter of a wretched woman. At the time, though, I thought differently. I believed my mother's word, convinced I was a saint, and it gave me a sense of duty, of purpose, rather than superiority. As the daughter of God, I believed it was my responsibility to help anyone in need. So, every day, I prayed. I asked my father what I could do, what I was meant to do. Not everyone is equally good, however. There will always be someone who lends their ear to the devil's whispers. One man claimed I was the daughter of a charlatan. He shouted for all to hear, "If you really are the god of child, then perform a miracle for us!" Could he have been any more unreasonable? Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They are realized through the power of faith. A lowly villager has no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. But the man refused to heed my words, so having no other choice, I contemplated what I could do to show him I was indeed a saint. And blood was the spark of my inspiration. Michel, the time when I lived and the time when you lived were not so different. Our views and beliefs about the world are very much the same, so you should understand that in our time, blood was seen as unclean. It was a dreadful thing ridden with diseases, which is why we drained the blood from animals and purified the flesh before consuming it. But being a saint, my blood would have been different. Like the blood of the saints who came before me, mine would be blessed. I believed it would be able to cleanse people's impurities. For my demonstration, I chose an elderly woman afflicted with a terrible disease. She was on her deathbed, and no one thought she would live for longer than another day or two. The woman was overjoyed when I came to visit her. Sincerely believing me to be a holy servant of the God, or the Lord, she gathered all the strength she could muster to climb from her bed and kiss my feet. I felt an intensely deep love for this woman. Placing my hands upon her cheeks, I said with all the kindness in my heart, "My beloved sister, partake of my blood." The woman agreed without a glimpse of hesitation, and so I pricked the tip of my finger with a knife and let the blood drip into her mouth. Within 3 days, her health had improved enough for her to get out of bed unassisted. Seeing that, no one in the village doubted my powers any longer. In fact, the man who had accused me of being the daughter of a charlatan who was subsequently punished for his sins. He received much deserved retribution for challenging the daughter of God, for mocking her. But of course, being a saint, I forgave the man. He in turn repented and changed his ways, worshipping me as the true child of God. Now, I'll be honest with you. I was ecstatic, utterly elated. I felt like I was on top of the world and I reveled in it. The villagers showered me adulation. They revered me, the daughter of God. Anyone who didn't was punished. And on top of that, my blood could cause miracles. Tell me, do you look down on me for feeling the way I did? The actual child of God would never let herself be consumed by such base emotions, would she? But if you would give me a chance, I would like to explain myself. I was but a young girl at the time, and to a child, her mother is the world. Anything she says is the absolute truth. So when my mother claims so happened to coincide with the lucky miracle, my young mind was set in stone. Yo, I heard you like stories, so I put a story inside your story. Miracles are only the result of humans who are too dumb to understand the reasonings. Right? I was a saint. My blood could heal the sick, and nothing would convince me otherwise. After all, I was a girl of 6 years old. It is not my place to decide whether my blood truly had miraculous powers or not. If you think it did, then it did. And if you think it was all happenstance, then so it was. Miracles are brought about by faith. So the elderly woman who was healed was done so by the power of her own belief. Baseless hope and desire can, at times, make the otherwise impossible reality. You understand just how a major role religion played in our time, don't you, Michelle? Especially as someone whose life was taken from him in the name of God. And you understand how powerful word of mouth can be as well, don't you? It didn't take long for the word of the miracle-performing child of God to spread. Travelers from faraway lands came to our village, all in search of aid. Driven by a mixture of elation and duty, I gave my blessings unto every pilgrim who sought them. I gave them my blood, yes. My young hands were perpetually covered in wounds. Running out of skin on my fingers, I cut the back of my hands, my palms, my wrists. Before long, they had turned into a swollen, carved-up black and red horrors, and so I kept them wrapped up in cloth at all times. The only time I uncovered them was to give blood to those who sought it. My lacerated hands were, in no uncertain terms, gruesome and unsightly, but the believers who came to see me all wept at my selfless sacrifice. And so, I came to cherish those wounds. Couldn't she possibly have gotten, infections after all this time of, cutting herself up? Ha 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 ha, she's the source of blood communion. What exactly is blood communion? There was some for whom no miracle took place, but whenever that would happen, the villagers would come out and say, "The daughter of God is not to blame. You simply lack sufficient faith." Thus, such incidents had no negative effect on my reputation as a saint. For 3 years, I continued doling out blessings. One day, when I was offering a prayer, my mother let slip her discontent. "Why must you hand out your miracles for nothing? Why must you give strangers grace? We should be getting compensated. We deserve remuneration. If we charged just a little bit for each blessing, we could be living so much more comfortably." I was dumbfounded. How could the mother of a saint say such things? Helping people was my divine calling, and she expected payment? I nearly wept, hearing my mother preoccupied with such worldly desires. So I explained to her how important this work was. I taught her that we were not to covet material wealth, that we were to dedicate our lives to the service of our fellow man. "You're right, my dear saint," she said, understanding, and I believed her. I fell asleep that night, convinced she truly understood and that there would be no more problems. But the next day, I was sold off. Men I had never seen before carried me by the arms and tossed me into a carriage. Confused and panicked, I stuck my head out searching for my mother. Off in the shadow of the house, I saw her with a strange man, accepting a bag of coins. The carriage rocked back and forth, as it rolled along a dark dirt road. Shaking and bouncing within it, I struggled with overwhelming grief and despair. It was perhaps the first time in my life I had felt such a powerful emotion. I didn't know what I felt so much despair over, though. Obviously it was over my present predicament, but I wasn't sure what about it hurt the most. Was it that I had been pawned off like a slave? Was it that my mother, the mother of a saint, had been blinded by money? Was it that the villagers had watched in silence as a disciple of the Lord was thrown into a carriage? Or was it that I, daughter of God, lamented my misfortune like a mortal? I decided it was a trial. My father, the Lord God, was testing my worthiness of being his daughter, so I choked back my urge to cry and sat there in silent contemplation. For almost 3 weeks I was rocked around in the carriage. The coachman treated me well enough, but I'm certain it was only because he didn't want his precious cargo dying before he could deliver it. He did not by any means think me the child of God. The 3rd week, the carriage arrived at the city. It was much larger than the village I had grown up in, with many, many more people crowding the streets. Something about them felt different, too. They all spoke in a tongue foreign to me, which is when I realized I was far, far away from home. I was delivered to the lavishly decorated mansion of the region's lord. Brightly colored flowers bloomed wildly in the garden as guests laughed and ate extravagant meals. Coffee Burb with the hearty raid of 3 kittens. Hello, everybody. How you doing, man? How is everyone? How is Coffee Burb and Co? Hello. Hello, Mike the Enigma. What were you doing? Ah, you were playing Middle-earth Shadow of War. Are you enjoying your Shadow of War? Pretending you're running around in the Lord of the Rings. I'm tired, so I'm gonna have the sleeps. Okay, Coffee. You have the sleeps. I get how tired you are. I finished the game. Okay, that's cool. Good night-o. Night-night. Grats on finishing the game. That's cool. And also, thanks for the raid. And hello everyone in the raid. What did you say, Vivi? That's what you came to. Oh, Bloodborne. That's what you came to yarn him at the start of the game. I see the Black Comedian. Getting a range of looks from everyone we passed, from smartly dressed men to scrawny, emaciated servants, I was led to the Lord's chambers. The Lord was surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps they were slaves, or perhaps they were prostitutes. I couldn't tell. Among them were some girls hardly older than me. They all wore thin swaths of clothes, barely covering themselves at all. The Lord looked me up and down, and with a laugh he said, "Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now." "Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit," I replied, shocked and furious he had just said something so utterly blasphemous. In response, he said, "I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion." But I would not have any of it. I entreated him to give up his indulgent lifestyle and devote himself to the service of the Lord. But the more I pleaded, the deeper the creases on his face grew. Thinking back on it now, it was hardly surprising. A 9-year-old girl was scolding the most powerful man in the region. I believed it was my duty, and that I was only doing what was right, but he surely saw it as an incredible arrogance. So the Lord forced his will upon me. He bound my hands and feet, and cut me without my permission, filling a goblet with my blood and passing it around to his guests. "A saint's blood and good fortune to all." That was when I realized the Lord was only interested in the approval of others. He reveled in their envy as he pranced about, showing off his curious new toy, me. He didn't need my miracles. Neither he nor any of his guests were afflicted with disease or misfortune. They were all richly blessed. Every time he threw a banquet, he drained me of my blood. It became nearly impossible to find a spot on either of my arms that wasn't a swollen reddish-black gash. And soon, because my arms weren't providing enough blood for him, the cutting spread to my legs. I lived in a haze of half-consciousness. Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't kill me, though perhaps the Lord was simply taking care not to take more than my body could spare. Watching the wealthy partygoers laugh and sip my blood through bleary eyes, another wave of despair came over me. My miracles, my blood, were not meant to be an appetizer at a feast. They were meant for the sick and the poor. But despite my wishes, the Lord persisted to squeeze me dry day in and day out for his own enjoyment. Yes, I would like a meatball marinara sandwich on wheat bread, toasted, pepper jack cheese with jalapenos and Parmesan cheese. Would you like a blood goblet with that, sir? Would you like a blood goblet with that, sir? For a while I was convinced it was all God's test. That it was part of his plan for me, his daughter. That if I could make it through his trial, I would be allowed to go back to helping people. That man would celebrate my success, envy me, worship me. That sinners would face punishment. That divine retribution would be delivered unto all who had wronged me, a saint. With each passing day, my spirit grew more twisted. Would anyone have believed that scarred and bloodied girl tied up on the floor in the banquet hall was a saint? Unlikely. This was no charitable gathering, but an unholy Sabbath. Perhaps it was caused by corrupted spirit. Perhaps it was my heart's way of crying for help. Or perhaps it was the devil giving me my witch's mark. But no matter what the cause, during one of the bloody banquets, I underwent a transformation. I was half conscious as usual when one of the guests pointed at me and shouted something. His face went pale as if he were afraid, which I found quite curious. The Lord then approached me, grabbing me by my hair and lifting my head. He yelled something, but I was too far gone to be able to make out what he was saying. Suddenly, I found myself released from my bonds, but my body had grown so weak from being tied up for so long, I didn't have the strength to hold myself up, and so I collapsed to the floor. I was still trying to figure out what was happening when the Lord drew a sword, raising it high above his head. His words in that moment reached me with perfect clarity. "You're a damned witch, wearing a saint's skin!" A witch? Why was he calling me a witch? I was the holy daughter of God. I had certainly never made a pact with the devil. What could have given him that idea? What was in store for me now? Had God performed some kind of miracle for him? Dozens of thoughts and questions floated through my mind as death hung over me. I couldn't comprehend anything, and so I didn't feel any fear or anger at my impending death. Oh yes please. I'm sorry I can't stay for long since I have class tomorrow, but I have so much fun on stream. Your voice acting is amazing. Alright, see you Sammy. And yeah, have a good night, and good luck with your classes, and thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. That's the moment anime characters snap. But it's like, she didn't even realize what happened to her. She's just like lying there in a haze. One of the guests noticed she looked different or something, and then they suddenly declare that she was a witch. So I'm just as confused as her as to what happened to her, right? I was simply curious. What had happened to me? But before I had a chance to find that answer, the Lord swung down his blade. What do you think? What do you guys think happened to her? Because all they did was, like, kept bleeding her dry, right? Without warning, without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away, and a second later, I crash onto the stairs, hard. Right at my ear, I can hear the sss, sss of the river of blood. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to the very real images of a past I never lived. I could practically feel the fire in the eyes of that mad blood banquet's guests. My vision distorts. I can't regain my focus. Whose blood is that streaming down the stairs? Is it hers? Is it mine? Who am I? A saint? A witch? Is what I'm seeing through a lens of clarity or madness? Wait, no. I am not her. I am Michelle, no one else. It hurts, doesn't it? It's hard to breathe. Your chest is on fire, your vision is blurry. It's dark, it's lonely, it's scary. It's frustrating, it's disheartening, it's exasperating, isn't it? What you're feeling is exactly the pain I felt. Ugh. I reach my hand out in a plea for help, which is when I see something I can hardly believe. Oh, gross. Is it her marked covered hands? Both of my hands, arms are covered in gashes, blood flowing from them without end. The raw flesh beneath my skin has been exposed to the open air. Ah! All I can bring myself to do is scream. That pain, her horrible past, is doing everything in its power to break me. That 9-year-old girl's sickening experiences are twisting and constricting and crushing me. Why is this happening to you? Are you really that slow, my dear? You're empathizing with my pain. You're just that kind-hearted, Michelle. Ugh. You said you wouldn't give up, didn't you? That you would make your way to me? Then surely this won't be enough to do you in. Ugh, of course it won't. Mustering up every last bit of strength I can, I begin crawling up the stairs. The red river beats against my open wounds, stinging painfully. The simple act of lifting an arm or a leg is almost unbearably agonizing. The blood dripping from my lacerated arms mixes with the blood already soaking the tower. So this is the pain Morgana suffered? Ugh. Do you despise everyone, Morgana? Did your resentment at your mother's betrayal, at the people who came seeking your blood, at the Lord who took your life, turn into a hatred for all mankind? Your perception of me is still incorrect, Michelle. My grudge is only against a select few. Think about it, my dear. Of the thousands, millions, billions of people living on this planet, my world is comprised of but a minuscule fraction of that. Hatred for all mankind? No, what I feel is not nearly so nebulous. Although, if I had died still believing I was a saint, maybe I wouldn't have such a well-defined mission. Are you saying the Lord didn't kill you? Oh my, did you actually think that was the end of my tale? Despite your big talk, you're afraid of having to suffer through any more of that, aren't you? But you're the one who said you wouldn't give in. So go on, know my pain, without losing your mind. But wait, there's more to the story. Wow, they really like to tease. I mean, a lot of visual novels are like that too, where they just kind of keep dragging the story on. Once again, my surroundings crumble. I have no say. I have no chance to object before I'm dragged back to that repulsive banquet. This is the end, but is it really? ? I reach out, stretching my hand as far as it will reach, but all I can grab is darkness. My bloody body sinks back into the abyss. The pain becomes more than just a memory, eroding away at my consciousness. I am Jonathan Franks. Who's Jonathan Frank? You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin! Maybe if I had died then, I wouldn't have become the witch you know now. But that's all conjecture. Theorizing about what could have happened is an exercise in futility. But no, I did not die that day. Brought together by constant mistreatment, the Lord's slaves chose that moment to start their revolt. When he swung down his blade, someone bumped into him and it was knocked off its course. I didn't have the strength to get to my feet, so I simply watched the chaos unfold before my hazy eyes. It never even occurred to me that I should try to escape. At some point during the riot, a young man, one of the slaves, grabbed me by my bloody, limp arm and led me out of the Lord's manor. Oh, yeah, beyond belief, fact or fiction. The young man brought me to a slum, a place where the people banded together in their hardship, barely scraping together enough to eat every day, let alone pay the taxes demanded of them. By the time we had arrived at a small brothel located a ways into the slum, the fog was starting to clear from my mind. I knew where we were, and feeling the gazes of those scantily clothed women, I trembled. In a sense, that was probably the most frightened I had ever been in my life, despite everything else I had been through. The idea that I had fallen so far that I would have to become a prostitute scared me to death. After all, I was a saint, and saints were supposed to retain their purity. Spreading my legs for any man who gave me enough coins would shatter my very identity. As all that was going through my mind, I probably shouted, "No!" in protest because the slave gave me an exasperated look and told me he hadn't brought me here to become a prostitute. He said he knew someone here, someone I could trust, and that she would give me a room. I had trouble believing him, though. Sorry. Is this the end? But is it really? Yes, it is, or... I haven't watched that show in, like, forever, but I used to watch it a lot. I couldn't trust the word of a prostitute, someone who valued money more than her own body. It was all a trap, I was sure. One day, they would tell me I had to work. Nothing he said could convince me otherwise. Apparently sensing my mistrust, the slave gave me an apologetic frown and handed me a mirror saying, "Even if I did, you couldn't get any work looking like that." I could not believe what I saw. That it couldn't be my face. It had to be an illusion. There was no way. That was not the face of a saint. It couldn't be. It wasn't real. It wasn't possible. Patches of skin had fallen off my face, exposing the raw red flesh beneath. It looked quite similar to what had been done to my arms and legs, except my face had never been cut before. Looking at myself in the mirror, even I doubted my own sainthood. The thing in my reflection was a hellish abomination. Okay, does anyone know what could have happened to her? I'm curious as to what kind of disease caused that. Like, she cut herself so many times that she was causing a lot of damage to her arms and stuff. Leprosy, you mean? Is that leprosy? So wait, were they drinking the blood of the leprosy? Is that what happened to her? They were drinking the blood of a leper? I'm full throats. So is that what she did? Like she did so much damage to herself that she gave herself leprosy? I don't exactly know what leprosy is. Like what exactly does it do? I just know it makes you kind of look very ghastly, like the skin kind of sloughs off. Leprosy wiki. Let's see what wiki has to say. Hansen's disease. Long-term infection by the bacteria. Infection can lead to damage of the nerves, respiratory tract, skin, eyes. Nerve damage may result in a lack of ability to feel pain. Huh. Parts of a person's extremities from repeated injuries or infection due to unnoticed wounds. Oh. Leprosy is spread between people through extensive contact though extensive contact is necessary. I would say drinking blood probably constitutes as, like, contact. Spread is thought to occur through cough or contact with fluid from the nose or a person infected by leprosy. Oops. Oh, interesting. It does not spread during pregnancy to unborn child or through sexual contact. Huh. Skin lesions, dry scalp, eye problems, muscle weakness, reddish skin, smooth, shiny, diffuse thickening of facial skin, ear, hand, loss of sensation in fingers and toes. Ooh, sounds gross. Actually, we don't really know for sure if that was leprosy or not. Maybe virus or bacteria. Well, that doesn't say much. That could be, that just sums up anything, Vivi. Hello. What a beautiful morning. I don't know why the air outside smells so good. Hello, good morning. Moin moin. Radio. What would explain why she was called a witch if all the nobles get sick? Well, they didn't get sick yet. They were just drinking her blood. But like that one noble noticed her face was sloughing off, right? And that's what made them all like freaked out suddenly, even though they were like drinking her blood like constantly. The doves have filled the tree. That's kind of cool. I don't think I've ever seen doves here. Or are those pigeons? I've only ever seen pigeons rather than doves. Pigeons are like the closest approximation to a dove that I've seen. It was the twisted face of a witch. And although I was shocked by what I saw, at the same time it answered several lingering questions. It explained why the Lord and his guests had panicked at the sight of me, and it also explained why he had said I was a witch wearing a saint's skin. Over the course of a dozen of banquets I had participated in, my face must have mutated, twisted into this ugly, sickening, monstrous thing. The sight of what I had become sapped the last bit of willpower from me. I still don't understand like what changes she suffered on her face so almost instantaneously that it took one look from the banquet after they had, you know, let out her blood for him to become shocked at it. I don't know. They are planning something. It's like a meeting of the doves. Not because I was particularly fond of my face or thought myself especially beautiful, but because it crushed me to see everything saintly about me crumble away. Test from God or otherwise, I didn't have the strength left to attempt to overcome it. Deciding I would rather be dead than struggle any longer, I begged the slave to kill me. Taking one's own life is a sin. If I did that, I would not be able to return to my father's side. I wanted to ask him why I had been put through such tribulation, but the young man refused. He said, completely missing my intention, that if I persevered, good fortune would eventually find me. He said that if I lived on, I would eventually have a chance to get my payback. I had no such worldly concerns though, but if no one would take my life, I had no choice but to live. Isn't that kind of like a sin to ask someone to try and kill you though, in a way? I mean, they don't outrightly say that it's a sin, but I don't know. Isn't it like the same difference of like wanting to kill yourself, wanting to take your life? You're asking someone else to do it for you. I despised life at the brothel. The men who came to buy their services were disgusting buffoons, the kind of people who would think they could deceive God. And the women fawning over them were just as repulsive. That said, I had nowhere else to go, which meant I was forced to suffer that sickening place. By the time a year or so had passed, my feelings about it had changed. The women of the brothel took good care of me, treating me like a sister. At first, it was just irritating. I was a saint, and how could a saint have prostitutes for sisters? But over time, I got to know them better, grew to appreciate their circumstances and hardships. Despite barely having enough money to keep food on the table, whenever they had a little to spare, they would use it to purchase medicine, ointments to apply to my arms, legs, and face. And as a result of their generosity, my arms and legs started looking almost human, but nothing had any effect on my face. Occasionally the slave would drop in to check on me. The other men thought me ghastly and wouldn't get anywhere near me, but he was different. And every time he visited, he would say, "One day I'll show you the world." And to tell you the truth, I was beginning to grow attached to it all. My time at the brothel was probably, all things considered, one of the brighter chapters of my life. There was neither saint nor witch, or there I was neither saint nor witch, but an ordinary human girl. For the first time I felt like my life had meaning beyond my assumed divine purpose. I was even beginning to feel kind of happy, and with each passing day my intractable worldview was gaining a little flexibility. Perhaps I could perform miracles, but that didn't necessarily mean I had to be the daughter of God or a saint. Maybe I was just a regular person who happened to possess some unusual abilities. Ridiculous, isn't it? Despite coming to accept my humanity, I refused to let go of my miraculous powers. They were the last thing protecting what I thought of as myself. But to me at the time, it felt like a very dramatic change of heart. 3 years after the revolt at the Lord's Manor, I had my 12th birthday, for which they threw me a little dinner party. The women all pitched in to bake me treats, and the young slave man was there too. I was happy. I thought that if life could continue on like this, I was fine with not going back to being a saint. But for some reason, happiness always seems to slip away as soon as you got your hands around it. No one sincerely wants to lose it, so why must they? I certainly didn't mind not being miserable. Let me tell you what happened that night. On the night of my birthday celebration, bandits attacked the brothel. Now, bandits were hardly a rarity in that time, so everyone was always on the lookout, and we never went out at night. They wouldn't stop at robbing you either. They were armed with blades and would frequently kill their targets if necessary. But cautious as we were helpless against a direct raid. The brothel fell into a panic, screams echoing in the night. The customers were carved up and left for dead. The women were bound and stowed away to be sold. My peaceful world shattered in an instant, and the next thing I knew, I was some slave trader's merchandise. I don't know what became of the prostitutes who cared for me or the slave who brought me to them. I assumed the women were sold and the young man slaughtered. But regardless, I found myself being rocked around in the back of a carriage once more. The carriage was packed so tight you could barely see the floor, and it smelled like death. Sweat, urine, feces, every foul odor imaginable compressed into a tiny space. There were both men and women there, nearly all of them muttering and groaning or weeping. Everyone was young, ripe to be put to work. It didn't take me long to realize what fate awaited these people, and me. And when I did, I just sat there in silence. Then, for the first time, I cried. I was experiencing, I believe, a very human emotion. I was sad, hurt that I had been taken away from a place where I was happy. From the women at the brothel and that young man, it crushed me. And no longer did I wonder why such a thing was happening to the holy daughter of God. Something about my tears must have seemed strange to me, or to him, because one man saw me and said, "Why are you crying?" He was a curious man. To start, he looked very different from everyone else. The color of his skin, the length of his nose, the shape of his eyes, everything about him was new and unusual. Hesitantly, I replied, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." The man fell silent, looking as though he was deep in thought. I had no idea why he had asked me that, but something about him made me uncomfortable, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. Several hours later, the man suddenly stood up. The guards had no patience for anyone stepping out of line, and it didn't look like they would hesitate to kill us either. So, unsurprisingly, one at the back of the carriage drew his sword and pointed it at the man. What was surprising, though, was what happened next. The man, his hands shackled like the rest of us, leapt for the guard, slamming his fists into his face and stealing his sword. The entire carriage was in shock. The guards were too stunned to effectively react, so they were quickly cut down. And because the one-man uprising had taken place between cities, there was no one the slave traders could ask for help before they were slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, it was all over, and there was nothing human about what I had witnessed. If I had to describe it, I would say it was as though a wild beast had attacked. The man ruffled through the slave trader's clothes until he found the keys, which he brought to me, ordering I unshackle him. And so, I did as he commanded. Once they had enough time to process what had happened, the would-be slaves applauded. The wretched souls had been saved. And for a moment, I believed so too. When the man's hands were free, he rolled his shoulders a couple times, made sure everything was in place, and then he began his massacre. Screams of agony filled the carriage as he ran his sword through the helpless men and women packed inside it. Blood and guts were splattered against every surface, and those who tried to escape did not get far before being mercilessly skewered. It was like the scene out of a nightmare. I was frozen in place, not out of fear, but because my mind had shut down. I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so my mind rejected it, and with my brain having given up, my body was no more than a lifeless puppet. In short order, all the slaves were dead, and I was sitting in a pool of blood, staring at the man. He pointed his blade at me and with a little smirk said, "Why didn't you run?" In turn, I asked him, "Why did you kill them?" The smile vanished from his face, and after a few quiet moments of pondering, he replied, "Because I felt like it." "And why haven't you killed me yet?" I asked. To which he gave a curt, "I don't know," then withdrew his blade and wandered off into the distance. And then I was all alone, surrounded by corpses. I glanced down, and half of someone's face was looking back up at me. That's nice. Oh, is this Itachi? You always need one alive to tell the story. I think that man that she encountered was probably the beast man in the second story. Because remember she takes revenge against like men that she encountered in her life that that wronged her somehow. But as to why he's the second guy, I don't know. Well, we'll see. Wrapped in absolute darkness. Actually, I'm gonna save this. The story just keeps going on, doesn't it? It's the never-ending story. Sasuke's big brother. I never watched I didn't watch like all of Naruto, so I don't remember who's who. Wrapped in absolute darkness, warm blood spills onto my cheeks, my hair, my skin. Chunks of human flesh rain down upon me. Ugh, make it stop. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. There's no end to the deluge. The smell of death fills the air. I am struck with a wave of nausea so strong I can't hold back the contents of my stomach. But when my mouth begins to vomit, blood pours into it. Gross. Ah! Let go of me! Dead bodies grab at my ankles, dragging me down. To where? Hell? Or to the mountain of corpses? Now do you understand that there was a time? But if briefly, when I was happy, when I felt human emotions, I wish I never had. If I had remained confined in my daughter of God's shell, then I doubt I would have felt so much terror at the sight of death. I can't say anything in response. I can't form words. I feel what she experienced, the massacre she witnessed, the limp flesh piling up around her. Even more than twice her age, it's enough to drive me mad. The fact that a 12-year-old girl had to experience something so unspeakable devastates me. Tell me, my dear, do you pity me? Do you sympathize with me? Do you feel bad for me? Then you'll remain with me. You'll feel my pain and my despair with me, won't you? The witch's cackle echoes through the pile of bodies. There's not a speck of light, and hideous death lingers everywhere. Helpless to resist, I'm dragged down into a deep, dark ocean, an ocean of blood. Sasuke's big brother, he killed the whole clan just to test his abilities, but his little brother, oh, okay. Now, on with the story. I was at a complete loss for some time after that. I didn't want to return to the city because I knew there was no one left who could take me in. There was only the Lord who had bound me and drained me of my blood. So I wandered the roads, no destination in mind, and nothing to defend myself but the clothes on my back. Frankly, I'm rather surprised I wasn't attacked by bandits. After walking for days without food or water, my mind was hazy and my exhaustion at a peak. In the distance I saw a lake. So driven by my thirst, I turned my unsteady feet toward the water, not caring that it took me off the main road. And it turned out that was the correct choice, because there was a small cottage beside the lake. Smoke rising from the chimney telling me it wasn't abandoned. Out of sheer desperation, I knocked on the door. No one answered. The door wasn't locked, so I slowly, hesitantly pushed it open. And beyond it, I found an old woman sitting dead in a chair. The woman was a witch, by trade that is. It appeared that she had a deep knowledge of medicinal herbs, using it to make an assortment of medicines. In her cabinets were dozens of small glass bottles containing dried powdered leaves and crushed berries, among other things. On the fire was a cauldron, liquid bubbling inside. The woman looked as though she was asleep. Presumably she had passed away of old age, for there was no sign of bandits had been rooting through the cottage, and she had a look of absolute serenity on her face. Looking over the woman's dead body, I didn't cross myself. I envied her. Dragging the woman's body by her feet, I dumped her into the lake. Do you think doing so makes me a bad person? Makes me unsaintly? Well, I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of a cozy cottage was no longer of this world. There was no reason I couldn't fill the home in her stead, was there? I deserved to have somewhere I felt comfortable, after everything I'd been through, didn't I? I would have done the same. Like if you were in this girl's place, and you're starving, you're hungry, you got nothing in the world, and you come across a cottage where someone just died, and their house is like stocked and stuff like that, it's a nice little home, wouldn't you take it over? And so, I took up residence in the old witch's cottage, and remained there until my 16th year. By 16, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I had no trust for people. I shut them out, building high walls around myself. After such a tumultuous, bloody childhood, it was all I could do to protect myself to keep my young spirit from cracking. Nevertheless, travelers would, on occasion, pay the old witch's cottage a visit, seeking her medicines. Whenever someone arrived, I would cautiously crack the door open, telling them they could trade for whatever they wanted with food, and never showing my face. One day, a young man showed up at the cottage. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. He was very soft-spoken. There was a distinct kindness in his voice, which I thought unusual, curious. What kind of person could he be? What did he look like? What expressions did he make as he spoke? To satisfy that curiosity, I snuck a peek at him through the crack in the door. He was a handsome young man with flowing flaxen hair. And upon seeing me, he didn't flinch back in disgust. He smiled. According to him, his younger sister had fallen gravely ill, and though they had tried a number of remedies, she was still bedridden. The medicines I gave him, too, had no effect, but he persisted in his quest, visiting me again and again for new combinations to try. He wanted nothing more than to relieve even the slightest bit of his sister's suffering. And moved by his dedication to his family, I too wanted to do anything I could to help. For the first time in years, my world encompassed more than my small cottage. When the young man came, he would not only ask for medicine, but to go on walks with me. He volunteered to spend time with me, despite my horrifying appearance. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. You got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? He said with a smile, taking me by the hand. We spoke as we circled the lakeside. His voice was always soft and pleasant, like a ray of light shining through a crack in the walls. When I was with him, I felt like I could be an actual person, an ordinary girl. He talked about his sister more than anything, and whenever he did, he was at his brightest and most melancholy. The young man had been a member of a noble house, but disputes over who was the rightful heir had forced him and his sister out. Shortly after that, his sister had fallen ill and was now bedridden. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. That word, muttered beneath his breath, sparked my memory. I was a saint. My blood had healing properties. I had no reason to hesitate. Someone needed my help, and who deserved it more than this kind-hearted young man's sister? So, I decided to tell him what I really was, that my blood had miraculous powers, that it saved people, that the moment I had been born, the drought plaguing my village had come to an end, that I had been known as a saint, the daughter of God. I told him everything. And he believed it all. He led me to his house where a pale, sickly young girl lay in bed. She was a sweet little girl with the same flaxen hair as her brother, who looked like she would not have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. It was touching to see the two siblings sitting there together, quietly holding each other. I would gladly give my blood for the two of them. And so, I made a new cut on my arm, which had healed, considerably thanks to the slave and the women of the brothel, and let the girl drink of my blood. Neither of them have any doubts about my sainthood, and because they believed, a miracle occurred. The flaxen-haired girl recovered enough to get out of her bed. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like for once I had actually saved someone's life. The only issue was, she didn't make a complete recovery. For a few days after drinking my blood, she was in good health, but her condition quickly regressed. I was deeply perplexed by this. A miracle had undoubtedly taken place, but it was only temporary. Now, though, I believe I can explain what happened. Her recovery was nothing more than the placebo effect caused by her faith. But that's something I couldn't have known at the time. We were all three perplexed, and we were all three disheartened. Nevertheless, I was prepared to give her my blood as many times as needed. Whenever her condition worsened, the young man came to request more, and never once did I turn him away. On the contrary, I enthusiastically offered her my services. Over time, though, the hope in his eyes began to fade. He asked me out on fewer walks, and he seemed hesitant to look me in the eye. I assume it was out of discomfort, out of guilt, out of shame about asking for blood, but I don't think his concerns were for me, rather himself and his sister. As I mentioned earlier, blood was considered unclean in our time, and not only was I giving mine away, I was having his sister imbibe it. Looking at it that way, it would hardly be a surprise for him or anyone else to think what I was doing depraved. As time passed, the flaxen-haired young man seemed to grow more and more disturbed by me. That was what I got for opening up. That was what I got for letting his kind, warm light shine in on me. The moment things went bad, he pulled away. There were times when I thought I shouldn't have done anything in the first place, but regardless, I held fast to my original decision. I would put myself on the line for them. No one else. Just them. Even if he was afraid of me or had no interest in seeing me, I would continuing offering her my blood, and I was firm in my resolve. One day, though, I received a new visitor. The young man was still the only one I would show my face to, the only guest I had let into my walls. So, as usual, I took the man's request from behind the cottage door. But I could hardly believe my ears when he began speaking. "Are you the witch with the miracle blood?" First, how did he know my blood had powers? Second, why had he called me a witch and not a saint? Third, why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? I had told the man he had to leave, that I would not be opening the door for any reason. In response, he said, "I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little?" My blood was for the sick and needy. I would never spare a drop for a murderer like him. And I told the man exactly that, demanding he leave. All I could think about was the pile of bodies, the fountain of blood. The man drenched in crimson, wearing a ghastly smirk. I trembled behind the door, fearing he may go on another such rampage. But instead, he gave a simple, "As you say," and went on his way. I let out a deep sigh of relief, which is when I realized tears were rolling down both of my cheeks, like an ordinary girl. 3 days later, the flaxen-haired boy showed up at my cottage. "I'm sorry for being so distant, lady. I want to talk things over." Those 2 sentences were like a light shining from above. I wanted to talk to him too. I wanted to take a walk around the lake and listen to him talk about nothing. I wanted to experience the warmth of his world once more. Human blood is toxic to human to drink. Is it though? And I wanted to tell him about the terrible man who had been there a few days earlier, about how scared I had been. I wanted him to tell me it would be all right. "I want to talk to you too," I said, opening the door without a second thought. The light of the sun was so bright all I could make out was his silhouette. I couldn't see the look on his face or the look in his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and my mind froze. How could this be happening? What did it mean? Why? How? What was that man doing standing beside him? Why was he carrying a sword? Why was he coming into my house? And why did he swing it down, severing my arm? I was in a daze. I couldn't make sense of anything. I didn't want to. My left arm fell to the floor before I even knew what was happening, and then my legs gave out. Hemochromatosis may be genetic or triggered by other underlying conditions. In this case, it can occur if your body absorbs too much iron from the blood you drink. Reaching this level of toxicity can increase your risk of developing other life-threatening disorders, including heart disease, liver disease, and diabetes. that diabetes. The pain searing and unbearable came a few moments later as I was lying in an ever-expanding pool of my own blood. I did something then that I had done before, that I had resisted doing no matter how much blood the Lord had stolen from me. I screamed. It was a hideous, visceral noise, a sound I had never thought a saint could make, the same ear-splitting howl the slaves had made as the man had butchered them. I writhed, I wailed, I wept, I crawled across the floor through my own blood. I begged and I begged and I begged for my life. The man walked over and picked up my severed arm, and then, shockingly, he tossed it to the kind-hearted young man, after which he said, "That's your share. Should last you long enough." Share? What did he mean by share? What was he talking about? Why had he given him my arm, and why had he taken it? Why was he talking like they knew each other? Why? Why? I had spared blood for him when he asked, hadn't I? So why was he doing this? Was cutting my arm off and stealing it easier on his conscience than simply asking? You understand how I felt, didn't you? You can put yourself in my shoes, can't you? The young man refused to look me in the eye. Holding my bloody arm in his trembling hands, he fled from the cottage as quickly as his legs would allow. The man then walked over and picked me up. I had neither the strength nor willpower to resist. Holding me in his arms, he began to speak, telling me things I didn't want to know, things I didn't want to hear, but he didn't care. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. Don't take it personally. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who wouldn't feel a bit of spite after being put through such torture? How was I supposed to let that slide? No one's that much of a saint. My trust had been betrayed, and I was supposed to turn the other cheek? A man had barged into my home uninvited and cut off my arm, and I was supposed to smile and take it? Is there anyone, anywhere, who doesn't feel even the slightest bit of hatred ever? Is there anyone in this world who could just laugh and brush off this level of abuse? Tell me, is there? How could I not hold a grudge? How could I not despise them? How could I possibly forgive them? Tell me, please. Tell me, how could I? She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. The Lord? Why him again? Why couldn't he leave me alone? After trying to kill me during one of his blood Sabbaths, why was he after my blood once more? Had he learned it really did have miraculous powers and decided he wanted me back? Revenge arc. How about leprosy? Because it sounds like that's what Morgana had. Hello, Zetetica. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. See, I'm not sure. The only clue we have about her condition is that, you know, she willingly cut her arms up and stuff to let out blood, and then one day during the parties at the Lord's Manor, when they would, you know, drink her blood, they looked at her face and it was like sloughing off. Like a bit of the skin had peeled away to show the like red underside of the flesh, and she didn't even know her face was like kind of hurt that way, and they never cut her face. So I was just trying to figure out what kind of disease she might have had that would cause that. You get to be the sacrifice to keep her church from collapsing, to keep her world from collapsing. Sacrifice? Excuse me? What? What's this all about? Keeping her church from collapsing? You murdered a carriage full of innocent people! And you're trying to protect a church? You? Are you out of your mind? Churches are where people go to commune with God, to speak with my Father. How dare you soil those sanctified grounds with your filthy hands, you beast! It's insulting, sacrilegious, repulsive. Just what do you think we are? So don't take it personally, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a saint. I was a saint. My blood exists to do the Lord's work, not to satisfy the avarice of men. Why is this happening to me? The man brought me back to the city, but instead of taking me to the Lord's manor, he brought me to a church on the city's outskirts. Though, to be honest, it looked more like an estate than a church. The church also served as a hospital, offering free care to less fortunate children, the poor, and the infirm. That was when I learned why he had said they needed money. The owner of the church offered unconditional assistance to anyone who came. Even when food and supplies ran low, they would ration their own in order to keep helping others. As a result, the church was perpetually on the verge of collapse. The church was run by a woman, something exceedingly rare for the time. There were no priests. All management was handled by a single nun who everyone referred to as the Saintess. I was the saint. Why was this woman who didn't have the ability to perform miracles being worshipped like she did? Why did the people of the city idolize her? Why were their smiles all directed at her? Why? Was I not in her place? The man carried me to the top of the observation tower. It was there that I had my reunion with the Lord. I was to spill my blood for the people of the city, but also for the Lord's profit. He was not offering free aid, but selling it as medicine. He claimed it was a miracle elixir, telling no one it was actually my blood. It was mixed with the beautiful red wine, and drink it would cure you of any ailment. If they knew it was actually the blood of a witch, they would think it unclean. They would fear it. I remained imprisoned for a long, long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long, the flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably, one severed arm wasn't enough to keep his sister healthy for long. In listening to their conversations, I learned that to ensure no one else could get in, the observation tower was sealed with 3 locks. The Lord, the swordsman, and the young man each held one of the keys. Okay, guys, here we go. So the young man was the first story. So each of the stories are stories of her, like, waiting for these souls to come to her manor, her wishes, to exact revenge against these souls. So each of these souls belong to these men, the young man, swordsman, and the Lord. So the Lord was the 3rd story, and swordsman was the 2nd story, and the young man was the 1st story. So they all wronged her. I was their secret, locked away in the tower for them to drain of blood away from wandering eyes. Time went on, and I grew progressively weaker. I lost the will to eat and the will to live. My only view from the tower was the clouds through a window high up on the wall. Occasionally a pigeon would fly in, sometimes a butterfly, and I would glare in envy as it fluttered around, free to come and go as it pleased. And soon, it was spring. Every spring the church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. I could hear the bustle from far below through the windows. Everyone rushed to prepare. I heard the flaxen-haired girl's voice, who had regained her health drinking my blood. I heard her brother's voice, who had betrayed me. I heard the nun's voice, who played saint in my stead. I heard the barbaric swordsman's voice, who had chopped off my arm. Okay, see, like, I don't even see the reason, like, why they had to chop off her arm. That was just, like, that was really mean, you know? Super mean. And I heard the Lord's voice, the root of all my suffering. I heard people praising the saintess, though I, the true saint, was locked in the tower. I heard people thanking the Lord for his generous donations in miracle medicine, though it had all come from me. Propped up on my suffering, they cheered and clinked glasses of my bloody wine. Those merry, peaceful, cheerful, spirited sinners' voices resounded in my tower. And at noon on the day of the festival, the church bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and with the 12th chime, I died. Aww. Cute, she died. It's like, why do they mistreat her so badly? Like, leave her locked up in the tower and steal her blood? Jesus. Didn't they ever stop to think that she was gonna die with that kind of treatment? The sister ate the flesh? I don't know. I guess, I have no idea. Just ate the blood, I guess. The kidnapping, bloodletting, etc. I can forgive. Chopping off an arm, that's too far, dude. I know, it's like, why? Why do you gotta chop off the arm? It's like you were gonna use her anyway to, like, let out her blood, so why not keep her as healthy as possible? I don't know. But I guess this is, like, considered this was back in, year 1099. 1099, so they didn't know any better. It was like the Middle Ages, practically. As the bell's last pealing faded into silence, the tower door swung open. Standing on the other side of it were the three men. They must have wanted to drain a little more from me to use in the feast, but they arrived at the worst possible moment. The flaxen-haired young man was the first to express his consternation. Why? I never wanted her to die. Was she not eating? The Lord gave my corpse a casual glance and said stone-faced, "Seal the tower off. Understood? No one finds out about this." How can you be so calm? Do you understand what you've done? Ha! Pinning the blame on me? How nice it must be able to distort reality with panic. The swordsman, who had been silently observing the Lord and the boy conversing, interjected. You're just as guilty as any of us. Not only did they not mourn my death, they argued over whose fault it was. There was no regret, no remorse. The young man muttered absent-mindedly, I never wanted her to die. What did his intentions matter, though? It was his betrayal that had ultimately tethered me to this mansion. But the fact that they didn't grieve my death and instead squabbled amongst themselves like filthy rats was the final straw. How could I not despise them? I don't believe I actually had the power to perform miracles when I was alive. It was all faith, the illusion of belief. I was neither a saint nor a witch. The blood wine was only effective because people placed their faith in the other saintess. I was only ever human. But then, in that moment, an actual miracle occurred. My father bestowed upon me his power. Or perhaps it was the devil who lent me his strength. I was looking down upon my own dead body, my own wretched self. There was nothing beautiful about the pile of bones I had become. I could almost smell the rotting flesh. That was once a saint? I laughed at the thought. It was absurd, ridiculous, and infuriating. They would pay. Those who had cast me into this hell, who had mocked me, who had done this to me, who had made a witch out of me. Hatred coursed through me. Revulsion at everyone on these grounds still smiling. They would know just whose dead shoulders their little party was resting upon. If they wanted so badly to call me a witch, then a witch I would be. I would kill them, every last one of them, place a curse on their souls. And so, I made my wish. Most people might consider it a curse, but to me, it was most certainly a wish. And on my father, or maybe the devil, granted that wish. From the garden, there rose a scream. The flaxen-haired young man knew that voice better than anyone. He went deathly pale, darting down the spiral staircase until he reached a window. A young girl was on her knees, vomiting blood on the grass. The young man let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. As soon as he reached the garden, he lifted the girl in his arms, but she had already perished. Realizing this, he cried to the heavens, saying the one thing he should have kept to himself. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. The wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. Crushed by the loss of his only family, the young man picked up a silver fork and plunged it into his own throat, ending his life. What? He just stabbed himself with a fork and killed himself? Why even? I guess he was so overcome by you know, the loss of his only family, like his sister. It's just insane. See, that was in the dream. In the first story, he dreamed that scene. He didn't, or did he dream it? The white-haired girl, told it as a story too about a girl being kept in a tower. So I guess that story was also alluding to, Morgana. Morgana. You kind of feel sorry for Morgana, you know? No, not that. Then I don't remember then. Anyways, it's not super important. Naturally, there was an uproar. Goblets of wine crashed against the earth in rapid succession, as the people holding them fell to the ground and vomited or convulsed. The nun was the first target of their outrage. What she had claimed to be medicine had turned out to be blood, an unclean substance, the blood of a witch no less. A servant of the church, a servant of the Lord, had given her followers blood to drink, and at this, their indignation surged uncontrollably. The people surrounded her, tying her up and throwing her to the ground. As they prepared to inflict righteous justice upon her, the swordsman soared down the stairs and into the garden, plunging his blade into anyone standing near the nun. The cries of agony ringing through the church grounds were ear-splitting. It was no longer a place of God, but hell on earth. Hell built up by the hands of man. Hell painted red with the blood of their brothers. The people armed themselves with anything they could find and went after the man. As much of a beast as he may have been, he stood little chance against such numbers. It is the fate of a beast to be exterminated by those he terrorizes, and once he was gone, the nun had no one left to protect her. So who is the nun? Who is the nun in this, who played this role? I'm trying to think about who the nun was. Do you think the nun was the white-haired girl? The nun is the white-haired girl? Because she said that all the souls that she was taking revenge against came back here, and that's who she was terrorizing. She was too consumed by their frenzy. Or she too was consumed by their frenzy. All that remained was an inextinguishable inferno. Hysteria and despair. Madness and outrage, and no outlet for it. It was a revolt that made the slaves' uprising in the Lord's manor look like a game. Eventually the rage found a new target, the Lord. It was only natural, for he was the true villain. He was the one who had given money and the witch's blood to the church. He was the one who had profited off of it, and above all, people often resented those who stood above them, particularly in times of unrest. The city resounded with cries for the Lord's head, and he looked down upon it all from the safety of the observation tower. He couldn't do nothing but watch as his domain burned. I can only imagine how painful that must have been, but before long, having seemingly have made his peace, he began descending the spiral staircase. The blind one? No. Any one of the... Because, like, the white-haired girl appears in all the stories, but she always suffers in the stories too, you know what I mean? Like, in the first story, she suffered. She fell in love with the man, and then she got her hair shaven off. And whatever, and then she disappeared. In the second story, she got killed. Or she was blind. And she was involved with Beastman, the swordsman. And then she was killed by the villagers when he wasn't there. And then in the third story, she was so heartbroken with the way the Lord treated her, she left the home. She ran away from home and never returned. So, you know, in every one of the stories, the white-haired girl always suffered too. So I'm wondering if she's the maid or the nun in the story. Since the nun was kind of technically facilitating this as well. He opened the door at the bottom, revealing himself to his people. But before the door had swung all the way open, before he had a chance to say his final words, someone ran a blade through his chest. With that, the raging furor mostly settled down, but it was hardly the end of the destruction. Mere days later, a plague befell the city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh of the infected. So you guys, I think you might be right. She might have had leprosy. She might have developed leprosy, and so like when the people drank her blood, they probably were infected with leprosy. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Maybe the white-haired girl was the Lord. He sounds like a huge dick. No. The Lord was in the third story. I don't know if you remember the third story. The third story had that arrogant Lord guy, or he was like the arrogant guy who, Jacopo? Jacopo. He's the Lord. He plays the role of the Lord. So, like, yeah. That sounds more like the Black Plague. You think so? The black spots? I thought leprosy made your skin flesh fall off. I'm not entirely clear about that. I was reading about that in the wiki. I guess it's like advanced leprosy. If you don't cure it and it just keeps going. The greatest risk factor for developing leprosy is contact with another person infected by leprosy. People who are exposed to a person who has leprosy are 5 to 8 times more likely to develop leprosy than members of the general population. Okay. Conditions that reduce immune function, such as malnutrition, other illnesses, or genetic mutations, may increase the risk of developing leprosy. Transmission of leprosy occurs during close contact with those who are infected. Transmission of leprosy is not well understood, but the upper respiratory tract is thought to be the most likely entry route. Interesting. So just like kind of breathing it in. Oh, okay. The majority, 95% of women, people who are exposed to M. leprae do not develop leprosy. Casual contact such as shaking hands and sitting next to someone with leprosy does not lead to transmission. Oh, okay. So then how? 2 exit routes from the human body often described are the skin and the nasal mucosa. Oh, so maybe not blood? I have no idea. So maybe it's not leprosy. I don't know. Someone brought up leprosy. No, the Black Plague, at least according to the song, involves red spots with rings. Ring around the rosy. Ah, pocket full of posies. Which I think they thought back then was kind of a treatment for it, or what did they think it was? It was like to keep it away, keep it at bay. I see. I'm not very skilled. I'm an intermediate leper, at least. Okay. Depending on what kind of Black Plague, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm curious as to what it was, what disease the Morgana had. That line describes the plague masks. Yeah. Pocket full of posies? Wait, did they wear posies? Like, did they tuck in posy petals in their masks or something? They would stuff the beak full of posies because they thought it was transmitted via miasma. But what did they think the posies would do, though? It's kind of interesting to think of, like, what they thought were, you know, would help against some of these diseases. It's interesting. The things they came up with. Transmitted via miasma, huh? They writhed in pain, screaming and vomiting blood. Okay, so here are the symptoms of what they suffered. But then again, okay, if the girl was infected with that, she would have suffered these kind of things too, right? So I don't know. They thought that the odor was the miasma. The flowers were used to counteract it. Oh my god, that's so funny. Especially if you can't smell it, it's not there. That's hilarious. Those masks were really interesting, like the way they shaped them into like beaks. They're kind of freaky. It's kind of funny that they're sort of thought of as being very steampunky nowadays. But hello, Salayans. Salayans? Thank you for hanging out. But yeah. Ghastly howls echoed through the streets as though the whole city had been possessed. It became a cursed land. In their diseased haze, the people muttered again and again, "We must have been cursed by the witch." In less than a week, the entire city was dead. Okay, what kind of disease can devastate and destroy a city in a week's time? Nostradamus was the first to develop a medicine against the Black Plague made of rose blossoms. It could not heal but helped to survive it. Really? What was it about the rose blossoms that helped with the Black Plague? Or was there any basis to it? Or it was just coincidence that they thought it helped? Welcome back, Radio. How you doing? We're trying to figure out like what this disease is. So maybe Radio, if you wanna look it up. Something killed the city after the witch died. Something killed the city, entire city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh, and they were in pain, and they vomited blood, and then they died a week later. So maybe it was Ebola. Really? It was antibacterial. Oh, rose blossoms? Okay. Interesting. Rose blossoms has antibacterial properties to it? I just know that honey does. So that's interesting to know that rose blossoms is a natural antibacterial. Like antibiotics, but no, I know what antibacterial are. I mean, honey is also the same thing too. Honey has antibacterial properties. It could be just about anything. the disease. For a disease to kill that quickly though, after symptoms of black spots. Maybe it was COVID. Maybe what killed them was COVID. COVID. As if to seal the curse away, in their final days, the people shuttered all the windows, wrapping the house in darkness. It's possible that was no miracle either. You can easily explain what happened to them. Locked away for so long in that dirty tower, maybe I caught some kind of disease. And then, when the people drank my blood, they too were infected. Yeah, this is a theory I came up with, that she became infected with something. Because, what do you expect keeping her in such awful conditions and using her like that? And drinking her blood. And, like, people already thought that drinking blood was dirty back then, so I don't know. Hardly anything out of the ordinary about that. The first to die, the girl, had already been ill. Her body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That was all that had happened. Indeed, it was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck. An unbelievably unfortunate accident for the city and those 3 men, and an indescribably fortunate accident for myself. But I wish to believe it was a miracle. That even if my blood didn't have healing properties, and even if I wasn't a saint, my wish, my curse, was what caused that uprising. That was my miracle, granted to me by God or the devil. I chose to believe that, and that my miracle took on its true form thereafter. My curse had brought death upon the 3 men, but for whatever reason, my rancor was far from sated. They had died. So what? Death is but a transient agony. It is nothing compared to what I went through. So, I made my next wish. I wished for their reconstruction. I wished eternal suffering on their souls. I wished to trap them in a never-ending cycle of pain and hatred. That was my wish for the flaxen-haired young man. He treasured his dear sister, and he desired a quiet life. So, I wished for him to have just that. And I wished for his dearly beloved sister to love him more than anything in the world. For his world to be destroyed by love gone too far. This was my wish for the beast-like man. He was conscious of his tendency for violence, and he yearned to be more human. So I had his inner beast toned up just a little. I saw to it that he would never be human, so he would never have the peace he so desired. My wish for the Lord was more straightforward. He seemed to have great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured those were the only things he could ever have. Who needs love or friendship when you could be drowning in power? Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Wishes can come true, as long as you always hold fast, never stop wishing, never surrender. They can come true. Eternal suffering on all their souls. an endless cycle of reconstruction and unavoidable tragedy. Tell me, my dear, do you sympathize with me? Will you curse them with me? Will you take my hand and revile them with me? This time, when my body crashes into the tower's stairs, I'm unable to make a noise. The obstruction is less mental and more physical. The excruciating pain. It's so intense I can't even eke out a scream. My vision is distorted, my mind thick with fog. I feel like I'll fall into a bottomless pit if I loosen my grip on my consciousness even slightly. Through the haze, I see my own severed left arm. Reflected in a pool of blood, I see my face, large chunks of flesh peeled off. Roar. Look at you, trying to crawl up those stairs like a worm. How pathetic. It's like I'm looking at my old self. I can barely form a coherent thought. I can't lament her inhuman fate. Can't mourn for her, or be shocked by the revelation about the 3 men and her history with them. Pain. It fills every corner of my mind, every nook and cranny of my body. You've figured it out by now, haven't you, my dear? You'll never make it to me. It's not possible. But it's not your fault. It's not because you're weak. There's simply no one who can bear this pain. You're allowed to give up, to rest. There's nothing wrong with that. The pain, the crushing weight, it's miserable, isn't it? But all you have to do is turn back. It'll all go away. The witch whispers her sweet temptations. You've put in a fine effort. There's no shame at all in throwing in the towel. Her voice is soft, gentle, pleasant, saccharine. Concede defeat. If I do, it'll all go away. The searing pain spreading from the stump of my left arm. The sensation of being perpetually drained of my blood. The miserable solitude of staring at a door that never opens. The laughter I can hear through the window. My miserable wailing and this maddening hatred. I can end it all. That's right. It will all be over. You have the power to make it stop. Make it all stop. I have a crazy idea. Maybe the story is fictional, and the type of disease is of no actual importance unless they actually specified it. No, they don't. Because, like, they're telling the story from the perspective of, like, people during the time who don't entirely understand how, you know, disease is transmitted or what kind of disease they were dealing with. So, this is back in, like, practically, like, the Middle Ages, you know? This doesn't explain who the white-haired girl was. Yeah, I was wondering who she was. That's why I was theorizing that maybe the nun in her story, the one that they called the Saintess, was the white-haired girl. But I don't know. But the white-haired girl could also be Michelle, who was being reborn? I don't know. Okay, 1 to 3 days incubation time with 95% death rate by the lung plague. She was a anti-symptomatic patient 1, like patient 0. Oh, and Lacrids? What is Lacrids? Does not match with Sprite or her mother, who sold her off. Lacrids? I have no idea what that sentence is supposed to be trying to say. Patient 0 is the first patient to be documented as being infected in the plague. Yeah, so she could be patient 0. She could very well be patient 0. Like, she could have been infected long before, like, she had gotten, like, by the time she had gotten to the cottage or something? I don't know. Yes, but she does not have to have symptoms. Yeah, so asymptomatic. They call that asymptomatic. But not, I guess, anti-symptomatic? Is that a word? No. I can't let that happen. No, I have to. Get her back at my side. I'll do anything to get her back. Even if it means I end up 1,000 tiny scraps of meat. I will not give up on her for any reason. Hehe. You won't, will you? Oh, such beautiful resolve. Willing to sacrifice yourself to save the girl. Like a hero of legend. Or maybe a fairy tale prince? No. I am no hero, and I am no prince. I am a human, an ordinary man. I don't have an extraordinary potential. I am not a courageous leader or a charismatic general. I'm just a regular man, in love with a regular woman, who refuses to lose her. I don't need any other accomplishments, only that. That's all I need, because I'm just a regular man, my one act of resistance. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how much you cut me up. Nothing changes what I have to do. I have to take her back and set her free of this mansion, nothing else. Never will I back down on that. Asymptomatic, without symptoms, yeah. You can find him, test him, and he can be the host with no symptoms. Yeah. That's what asymptomatic means, what Celiance said. Celiance? Celiance? How do you pronounce your name? Just by the way. I know what asymptomatic means. No, we're not explaining to you, Radio. We're telling Vivi that's what asymptomatic means, that you can be tested, you can be a carrier, and be infected, just not showing signs. Celiance? Okay. I know that. Okay. I don't know, you said anti-symptomatic, and we're just trying to tell you you use the word that doesn't exist, Vivi. No, you didn't say that first. You said anti-symptomatic. Your spell check came in and wreaked havoc on your sentences again, so we're just trying to correct you. Tell you the correct word in English. Maybe that's in a different language. Anti-symptomatic? Arms or no. As long as I can move, I must push forward. I must make my way to the woman who waited for me so long. Up, to the top of the tower. Forward, ever forward. Ever onward. I do not know the English word, but I know what it is. Okay. Well, we're just saying asymptomatic is the word in English you were looking for if you're trying to remember and portray that thought. Dragging my bloody body, paying the pain no mind, I once more arrive at the top of the observation tower. I place my hand on the door, holding myself up with my lacerated right arm. Take a moment to catch my breath, and lift my head. Gaze into the void and shout her name. Morgana! I pity you, I do, truly do. You were a saint, shackled with an unfathomable fate, and for that I am enraged. As I felt your pain, as I watched your life, I too felt the burning hatred for those 3 men. If you truly feel that way, then why can't you stay here with me? We're all dead anyway. We've reached our ends. Do you honestly think there's anything more for us? There isn't. The end is the end. So what do you say the 3 of us, me, you, and Giselle, torture the 3 of them and everyone they care about? Make them suffer here for all eternity in this house. In that way, you and Giselle can be together forever too. That's not an option. Why not? Because hatred only brings you pain. Ha! Oh, that's brilliant. You spouting stupid platitudes at me. I can't believe my ears. Save your nonsense moralizing about how hatred does you no good. I won't hear it. I'm doing just fine for myself, my dear. In fact, I've never been better. I feel wonderful. Ugh. Did you think that would be enough to persuade me, really? Oh, how disappointing. And here I thought you understood me. Morgana, why don't you say what you really think? Go on ahead, hate them as much as you want, but keep me and Giselle out of it. Why didn't you just say that? I do feel bad, truthfully. For all the time we spent together, never once did I ask about your life. I was so focused on myself, and in the end, I pushed you away. That you did. You wanted to be with Giselle, so you pushed me out. I wish I had asked you sooner. I wouldn't have changed anything, though. One puny man knowing what I went through would hardly be enough to erase the loathing I bear. It would have turned out the same regardless. There is nothing you could have done for me. There is nothing. Still, I would like to apologize. Had I known what you carried in your heart, perhaps I could have chosen my words better. Instead of rejecting you, I could have chosen some other response. I cannot remain in this house, nor can I allow her to stay either, so I would like to apologize for both my past actions and my present. Well, in that case, open the door, Michelle. I take another moment to catch my breath, and then I gather my strength into the hand on the door. Blood seeps from my fingertips, slowly trickling down the rough surface. It reminds me of my death. I'm coming for you. And I was saying that patient 0 could be asymptomatic. Yes, we know what that means. Patient 0 could be asymptomatic. And that makes sense. It sounds good to me, fam. Take the offer, Mickey. I push open the door, praying that it will be the last. That beyond it lies bright light for Giselle. And if possible, that it might cast a bit of light on Morgana's heart as well. I think radio, because radio said not. No, that's not what radio said. Not who the actual first person, because you can never guess that. The first documented one. That's what he said. The first documented one. He's just being more technical about it. Patient 0 is the first patient to be documented as being infected in a plague. Yes, he's just being super technical about it. That's all. What? However, why am I in my bedroom? What I find behind the door is the last thing I expect. Huh? As she appears from the shadows of my chambers, I can't conceal my surprise. Giselle? Is this another illusion, Morgana? No, it's not. I am the real me. Thank you for coming all the way here for me. She's thanking me, so why isn't she smiling? That was very kind and courageous of you, Michelle. I am deeply moved you would have had such compassion not only for her, but for someone like me. But do you know what else you are? You're a worm. What is it this time, Morgana? What do you say we pull back the curtain, my dear? What curtain? There's one detail that hasn't yet come to light. This isn't your first return to the mansion, is it? You've been back numerous times, each time not remembering her, and each time hurting her even more. What are you talking about? Oh, Michelle is the white-haired girl. What am I talking about? Oh, you know good and well, my dear. Or do you honestly believe that all the other pieces were in their rightful places, and you alone were some exception? I never. Tell me, how was it, living in many different eras, not knowing who you were, and playing with all the different men? No, you're out of your mind. You make it sound like I was... Not like, my dear. You are the white-haired girl. Enough! How could anyone possibly confuse me with her? To tell you the truth, I couldn't see you as anyone else. Your white hair, red eyes, porcelain skin, and your name. Tell me, what about you isn't the same? We're not the same person. I saw the letter. What? The one you had hidden? No. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? No, Giselle, I didn't mean. You're exactly right, my dear Giselle. He deceived you. He kept a very important secret from you. Oh my god. Wait, guys. This means that Michelle was a girl this whole time. Michelle was a girl this whole time! Oh my god! Despite showing up before you multiple times, he cast you aside again and again. No, that wasn't me, it wasn't. It all makes sense now. Nothing you ever did was for me. Giselle, I... Go on, Giselle. Tell him exactly how you feel. Michelle. Don't, please, no. Don't say it. Not that, please. I'm begging you. You're... Stop. Please don't, Giselle. Not actually. But please. Don't say it. A man at all, are you? That's right. I remember there was something weird. I remember hearing something weird in the middle of the game. At the part where, you know, the Giselle and Michelle got together. And there was one part where they said something about they had a daughter at the Bollinger's estate. And something happened to her, but they didn't explain what happened to the daughter. The daughter. And you see, nothing wrong here, time for Yuri stuff. I lost my daughter. I didn't want to say I told you, but I told you. Well, there was that part like nagging at me in the back of my head, but like I kind of like put it to the back of my head. But I remember there was a part in the story where they mentioned the Bollinger estate had a daughter. That was what the wife said. I lost my daughter, yeah. So I guess we should have put 2 and 2 together. You're disgusting. Screaming. You're the only one who could have been my dear. The only one who could have been the white-haired girl. The next moment, my whole world comes tumbling down. I could have been born anything. Losing my arm, having my face torn off. Any amount of pain, I could have handled it. For you, I could have done it. But this, hearing those words coming from your mouth, being rejected by you, that I cannot. Those words, they bury me alive. And you're the one person I never wanted to hear them from. When I learned my father Antonin had passed, I wrote 2 letters, one to my brother and one to my mother. It was the first time I had found the courage to face my mother, to open up to her. I wanted to show her who I was, convince her that I wasn't cursed, so I could be myself when I returned to the capital with Giselle. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please, hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michelle, not Michel. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to get through our days together, man and woman. But that is the one thing I want, Mother. I know that you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. Wait, okay. This was back then, so how did they even... Was he born a dude, or was he born... I don't know. Was he born male or female? I'm very confused by this. Because he's saying that he changed his body. I don't know. I'm so confused. So then Giselle is kind of an ass. Maybe the daughter was Morgana. Jeez, it's almost as if someone she loved turned out to not have been truthful to her about something quite important. I mean, there's a point there, you know, Vivi. Like, he didn't really quite reveal everything about himself. Depends on the viewpoint. But he didn't share that up front with her, and he's like expecting her to accept her after the fact when she was under the belief that he was a man. Which curse, I guess, made him grow pee-pee? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you. Maybe they thought that because she was, let's say that Michelle was born female, and then they grew up thinking that they were male, right? They believed themselves to be male. I don't know how they would have made changes back then, and so that's probably why they thought she was cursed. What if Michelle is intersexual, like both sexes? Oh, that could be. Like he had both, like maybe he had both parts back then. Like initially they thought it was a girl, and then he developed more and he ended up having both parts. That could be, you know, that could be the case actually. And then I don't know how you would have girl parts removed. No, I'm telling Zetetica. I'm on the same page as you. Oh, okay. That would be called the curse. Well, anything that seemed out of the normal, right? What people considered the normal would have been considered unholy or whatever, right? What if Michelle is in a Apache helicopter? For bringing me into this world. With love. Your dearest son. Shortly after sending that letter, I was killed. So his mom sent the knights against him, the holy knights from the church. I'm dragged down, against my will, into the darkness. Beneath me spreads my own past, the door I swore never to open. But despite all my efforts to resist, the door sucks me in, into a world I never wanted to see again, a history I never wanted revealed, a past I never wanted anyone to see. Wait guys, this is another story. This is another story. It's like yet again another story. So we got to see Morgana's story, and then now we're gonna see Michelle's story. Puberty be weird that way. The door opens. We're gonna go through Michelle's story. The 7th door. Wow, I was so far off, like we were like not even close to finishing. I'm surprised we even got that one ending. It's funny, we got one ending just because we hesitated to click on the thing, because there was only one choice to click on, but if you hesitate, you get the hesitation ending. 12th door. There were 2 things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first is parents embraced, and the second they wholly rejected. Although it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged, and until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to. That she set loose a curse upon the world. A curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. My God, look at that. Hehe, she's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. I can't remember what I did for Antonin's voice. I think I remember doing something really sleazy before, but oh well. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel. Ah yes, I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin, it's beautiful. My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Hehehe, do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color, like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. Wait, they weren't scared of the colors of her eyes? I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child. She's special. I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name, one that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now is your turn. Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. All right, then. We'll call her Michelle, after the archangel Michael. You'll grow up to be beautiful as an angel, my Michelle. I've always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michelle. Me. Checkmate. Didier. Who is Didier? Oh, her brother. Didier. Her brother's hot. Gah. Ah, I see. That's what you did. Curses. I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. Ahaha, you got me. You're quite good at this, Michel. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was derivation. Derivation? Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military texts. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, Didier. Haha, that I am. War is a men's job, after all. I want you to be there to welcome me home. Didier, oh Didier, I'm in a bit of a bind. Oh, hello there, Michelle. I didn't know you were home, Georges. Just got back, yep. Oh ho ho, playing chess again, are we ya? Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother, as if you're any better. That's not funny, Georges. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What, are you worried about me? No, I'm saying. I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? Ah, sorry to interrupt your, moment, but... Does anyone listen to me? Haha, now, don't pout. What seems to be the problem, Georges? Ah, yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show, and for some reason, I was selected to participate. How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose. That's a given. but I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now, come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michelle? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun. I know. He looks like a narrower Rainer. Who's Rainer? Rainer. Is that from Attack on Titan? I had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church. Oh, you guys, oh, you're right, Vivi. Someone, was it you, Vivi, that said that he recognized the person who killed him? Someone said that. So yeah, if Didier was working under the knights for the church, then it could have very well been him who came to kill him. And below him was Georges, who served as a court artist. He was in all likelihood who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls. And perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my 2 brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Armored Titan, okay. Wait, Didier? You're referring to Didier? He doesn't really look like him. I was just watching some episodes and he doesn't really look like him at all. I don't know. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want is to put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show. Unless you learn how to swing the sword properly. Give me a break. Out in the garden, my 2 brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pang like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my 2 brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me, something I couldn't explain, something I couldn't ignore even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My, what are the 2 of them doing out there? Georges was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier's helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michelle? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I just want to watch them practice. Michelle. First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no such need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. But
I want you to grow to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, mother. You are my little girl, after all. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because our world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. Alright, you only watched till season 3. I haven't even watched all of season 3. I was just starting to watch the beginning of season 3, so I'm like maybe 2 or 3 episodes in season 3. Because I stopped a long time ago at season 2 and then I never caught up. Kitten didn't watch sad face. I came back to pretty drawing. Okay. Hello, welcome back. I'm gonna save. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. Excuse me. Did I miss much? No, not really. We're just learning about Michelle's past and how he felt wrong being a girl. Even though I guess he was in every way a girl. Physically anyways. She felt like there was something wrong with her. So it's kind of interesting that this game is touching upon like you know, what do you call that, like you know, feelings of self and stuff like that. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm back. I had to check out what my cats were doing. They're going nuts. This game was rated overwhelmingly positive. It was one of the reasons why I picked it up. And I can see why. The story's been like really incredibly engaging. Like it's a very deep story for a visual novel. I knew what purpose it served, everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers, military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war, thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, a longsword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands, the sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though. Kill me now. I have some cloth if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh, yeah, thanks. Ugh, I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known D to half-ass something once he gets started, which I guess is what makes him knight material, but... Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Well, you know, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why is he gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the Order's in. That's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down and reforge the whole thing. Huh, so he might be able to change things. What are you muttering about, Michelle? Hey, whoa, hold on. The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body, when I looked at his slender but distinctly male build. I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the Order as well? Sup, I'm cool. Sup, I'm cool. How are you doing? I'm Inky. What's up? I was positive it would. She had very high hopes for this to happen. Didier. Michelle? Hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be self-conscious. Listen to me, Michelle. George tells me you're planning to overhaul the Order. He told you that? No, I hardly have any such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So, I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the Order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michelle, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please. Well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you too. That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michelle, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not chess pieces, Michelle. But Didier. But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier. This may seem normal to you growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michelle. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michelle? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry. I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh? But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I had just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road, but ultimately there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity, and how could I blame him? I had tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once, filled myself with the vain hope that he could somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. I'm radioactive. Don't get close. Fiery. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of... giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that the sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing, which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. "Who are you?" I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. "My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk." Long chestnut hair flowed over round feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. "You must be Michelle. You're just as pretty as I heard. And you are?" "My name is Amy. It's my pleasure to finally meet you." Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there baffled by this strange woman, she stepped toward me, kissing me softly on the cheek. "I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle." Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet. "I am George's fiancée." And it also struck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Amy Joubert. Joubert? I'm gonna go with Joubert. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me about my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too. And they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father, Antonin, looked so proud of his two boys, Didier soon to receive his assignment, and Georges soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly, not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family. But my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in, her deep red tongue visible for but the briefest of moments, the way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet juices seeped into her mouth, the way she spoke so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently Amy was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. Or, more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I had assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But, for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. The antibacterial honey will disinfect your ears. Also, I'm good. How are your kittens? I was eating yogurt. So late reply. Okay, no worries. Enjoy your yogurt. Damn. Orchid changed? Wait, what do you mean he changed? No? Radioactive me. Oh, okay. Radioactive me. I'm into radioactivity. You didn't expect that response. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses, social circles, assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people, people, people. Servants scrambled every which way. Silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, Dee, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us. And who is it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are these people? They're artistes just like me. I met them at the court. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Joubert or Bollingers. Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Amy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood up from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends and led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. Oh, no, Georges put his hand on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michelle. Be nice! Georges, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. And how old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I have yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their last grated on my nerves, and so did the way Georges spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were praising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12 and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14, but what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Amy's or my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Go on, Michelle. He's waiting. He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Come on, Michelle. Don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man, for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michelle! But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then, I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his. And then he pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What are you? Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michelle! Hey, come back, Michelle! I'd spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention and the other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great hall. Wait, what's this? Whoa, happy birthday. Wait, is it someone's birthday? Oh, there's a lot of emotes here. Actually changed today, Vivi. Should I run away from home? Oh yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday! It's because as of today, I am finally allowed to watch kids' streams legally. Oh god. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, radio. Happy birthday that you can now finally watch my mature channel. Wow, happy birthday! The doves left the tree to go on an airstrike on the next scar. I wish the world could be black for a day. What? That sounds dark, Taco. They usually airstrike my terrace. Ew, gross. Now radio can read hentai. Lol. Yes, I can freely read hentai and watch Inky's stream. Oh wait. Now radio can sign up for Tinder. Ew. Gross. I already have Taco. Who needs Tinder? Okay, about time for me to call it a day. Good night and fair winds. Alright, good night, Slayance. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you have. I hope you enjoyed your time here. And have a very good night. This quote will define my day when I go to work at 10:45 a.m. If I had the opportunity to eat a cricket, I'd do it. Well, I'm eating crickets tomorrow. My birthday quote. That's not a real quote. Damn it, my life is a fake. Nice. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting. That was, I'll be taking that. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. That wasn't very nice of you, running off like that. At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt the sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the great hall grabbed me by the waist, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier. And still, I couldn't move an inch. You got a tongue like a boy, milady. But I know some people are fond of that now these days. Can't say I mind myself. Let go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with his body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster. I promise you that. Then why are you holding me against the wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. Then let go of me! But if I do that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I set you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit. Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. I think we get along quite well. I'm missing chat. Alright, did someone redeem... Zetetica has redeemed Just Let It Snow. Where's my snow? Here you go. Now it will snow in the party. Wait, what did I say? Just take it. Just take it like a bitch. Zetetica, lol. Ugh. I remember when Inky said that. Said what? The ugh, or take it like a bitch. We blew up the guy, now we gotta tell his widow. Kurisu is the hottest waifu ever. What I wouldn't do to her. I thought that was gonna be a joke about blowing, but never mind. It was actually me who said that, lol. I don't know, whoever quoted me on that, I don't know. You guys seem to accept anything I read from chat as quotes, so that's what it is. She just read it out loud, so I quoted it. Oh, so you're the one who quoted it. Why is it vibrating? Oh no, always with the lewd ones. Thank you, Omni, for doing that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you guys have Omni to thank for setting up the quote library. Just smash the pussy and shut the fuck up. There's your birthday quote, Radio. Smash the pussy. Thank you. Oh no, Taco is redeemed. Ooh, talk for 5 minutes. No, why do you have so many points? I'd rather sing at this point, but if you want ooh talk. Smash the pussy and shut the fuck up is the best birthday ever. Not going to lie. Nad will be nyan. Nad will be nyan. See, I can't understand that. Ooh. I have to read this in Uwu talk now. Oh, whoa. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me, and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. You really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard. I said get back, you creep! Huh, that's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw. Again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again I beat him. But reality would have none of that. Michelle, hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds? 10 seconds longer? I had no idea how much time I lost. But the next thing I knew, Georges had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly wild in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation, only magnify how wretched I was, only make me feel more effete. Gah. I bit down on my whip, hard. I had no need for that twash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that twash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough word was groaning, a single word swept from my lips, and it felt incredibly white. God damn it! I knew God and well a girl should not be using such words. Even Didier and the Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless. God damn it! It was the most fitting word I can come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. That all I would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, then started clawing madly, wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. I'm losing my uwu time. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body? Okay, uwu talk is up for 5 minutes. Just the voices in uwu. I only have 12k, but I redeemed happy birthday song request. Oh, sorry. No happy birthday song request for you. Angry honker. Oh no, that sounds so wrong. Touching the butthole made us feel better. I said come back you creep. Or I said come back you creep. Wait, why is that a quote? I said come back you creep. Facts. Liebrig is the hottest, most sexually attractive human alive. I'm so glad to hear she is on my stream. I am so humbled that such a godly being will honor me with their presence. Hurrah life. Hurrah life. You read it in the oboe voice? I don't remember that line though. I said come back you creep? Where did I say I said come back you creep? I'm confused by that. Like, it sounds similar to what I read, like queep, but I don't remember the line come back you queep. Cause like she was fighting against the guy. She wasn't telling him to ever come back. Or was it when Georges was fighting with his friend? I don't see any line in there. When you began reading? Come back, you creep. I'm confused by that because I don't think I... Oh, I said get back, you creep. So you mucked up the line. You messed up. Not come back, get back. Get back and come back are two very different contexts. Get back means to, like, stay away, and come back means to come here, like, come to me. Like, why are you running away? So that's why I was like confused. I was like, what? Can I delete that? What quote is that? What number of quote is that? 138? I'll delete it, because it's wrong. It'll just add to the confusion. 138. There you go. Cause like that's wrong. There you go. Said get back. Yeah, so, cause get back and come back are two very completely different contexts. I like how ice cream tastes. I think a lot of people like how ice cream tastes. We've been enjoying ice cream cake. We got ice cream cake for my son for his birthday. So we've been slowly enjoying the ice cream cake. You're welcome. The quote is a lie. Well, it was a lie. It's like, come back and get back are two very different contexts. It's like, she was trying to like tell him to go away, not to come back to her. I just wanted to do the line justice. Michelle? May I come in, Michelle? It was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I would be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him. Michelle. But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless. I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't know how to do his voice in like a more tender version of it. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, Georges stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michelle. And my god, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed a stinging sensation in my lower lip. A metallic taste spread through my mouth. I had been biting it much harder than I realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes, when Georges wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michelle. He can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. Oh no, not more Uwu talk. Really? Okay. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking to you. That just makes it worse. Sorry. You're white. You want to be with the man you like, I understand. He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't. Huh? I don't want to be with anyone. I would never ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'll be best off forgetting today ever happened. I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles. Are you okay, Michelle? He peered down at me, his face twisted and contorted, but I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand. Georges, how's Michelle? Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in an uncompromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me. Yeah, she's doing good, aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I said that, but that seemed to have gone over George's head. Amy, on the other hand, you don't look fine at all, she said with a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. George's father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good. Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat, but beyond the shock, I also found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying, but don't worry, you're safe now. It wasn't really no need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had pinned me against the wall, I would have been scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I just disappointed in myself. All right, I'll believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georges a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover, hee. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll still be difficult to forget what happened to you today. Georges had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration swept out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so.
Okay, 5 minutes is up. And snow is up too. I actually remembered this time. Sorry. Lol. Alrighty, well, I best go to sleep early. Shift tomorrow, even though it's 4 hours. Lol. What was that dessert we ate when we were at the swing? Something rock? Bedrock? Have some bedrock? Ubertalk is wrong here. It is. Can't believe you guys are making me do Ubertalk. Kristen Talk is perfect here. I agree, BB. Time for Yuri! I remember when Inky said we were close to the end. I don't know anymore. I have no idea anymore. It's like we're going through everyone's stories now. It's like every possible character that has popped up in this game all has their own story, and so we're supposed to listen to everyone's story. So I'm not gonna be surprised anymore if some random character pops up. It's like, I have a story. You have to listen to my story. Whose stories have we not heard yet so far now? Maybe technically Giselle. Like, we haven't really technically heard of Giselle's story from when she was a kid.
Even that spider that appeared for a second has a story. And then there's that nun that has a story too. Like, they barely mentioned her, but they just touched on her in Morgana's story, but they never referenced her. Like, she only had hate for the men, but the nun had a role to play too in her story, and they haven't said anything much about her. Next would be Inky's story. Lol. You get a story. You get a story. Everybody gets a story. Amy frequently visited my chambers. Oops. Slave. And config. I like the song, but it's a little bit on the loud side. I don't like having to feel like I'm yelling over it. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition. It's like, oh my god, I'm looking at the time now, it's like 4 hours in. 4 hours in, and we're still not done this. We got one of the endings though, guys. Humans destroyed my web. 200 of my siblings died. Now I feel hatred and plan to bite them all. What the fuck? I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. I think having color is much prettier. Oh? Well, Georges says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given a very high standard of equality. Say, Michelle, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I would love to get to know you better. Tell you about myself? Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess! I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michelle. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good. Oh, okay. What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower? Fragrance? Color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. I'm not especially good with a needle either. No? Do you have shaky hands then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife? No, a sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. Georges is an artiste and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, Amy seems like a fucking airhead. No offense to, Michelle's taste. Next, we get story on how that family's painter from the first story got to smash them. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. We haven't even seen that story. I wish you could actually play chess against her. Oh. Why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? I get the feeling you spent too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. She sounds just like Mother, and she gives the same reason too, because I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation, it's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful, we'll come up with beautiful designs together. And then when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or, if you prefer, you can give it to your father or brother. I would like George's to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering, did you and George's meet at the royal court? Oh, heavens no! I've never been to the court. One day my father told me I was getting married. And the next day is when we first met. It happened that quickly? What are you worried about me, Michelle? Hehe, don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But George's, he's different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him? You sound surprised. I believe hedonist suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me. I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him, especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act? I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day you'll meet the right man for you, Michelle. And you won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hardworking, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Even though Amy's only 1 year older than her. Konbanwa, Minami. How are you? Arigato. Was that right? Ohayo? Ohayo. Ohayo. Ohio? I think that's correct. I can never remember how to spell Ohio correctly, but I think that's correct. Ohio. Good morning. Say, how old are you, Michelle? Whoops, 14. Oh, wow. I assumed you were younger because she doesn't have the curves. I am a peasant that uses English. Do I really look that young? Hehe, no hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Oh my god, what? Not one bit of meat up here at all? Wow, that's so insulting to a girl. Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface. You're so cold, you know that? She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with George's? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry, did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much? Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry, if I had let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? A kiss on the lips is... It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michelle. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you, and you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. Georges might start getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Amy. So long, Michelle. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I completely comprehended my own emotions, that she had stolen my heart. But Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body, was not meant for her love. Flat justice. I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me, that she had no fondness for me, that my yearning for her was one-sided. She kind of scares me the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling before even I had. It's disgusting. Homosexuality. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then, the man beside her who she was confiding all this in replied, She's still just a child. That voice! And one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. I don't think it's Georgia she's talking to. It's probably Didier. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets into something into her head, she has a tendency to run into it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. Didier. The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? I hope that's all it was. Amy, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act like her? You were going to be a knight, so why are you out there with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georges or Didier. Ugh. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number, Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. Wait, so they were kind of having a thing. All I could do was cover my ears and run. So Didier and George's fiance were doing something. What a bitch. Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Amy's smiles, Didier's kindness, George's... What about George's? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes tight as shut as I could manage. Tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. What were they even doing in the courtyard, like in the middle of it, where people could see them? She was committing adultery, and yet Michelle is the gross one, according to her. The meow. Yeah. Committing adultery when she hasn't even gotten married yet. The next day, I woke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill before. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was, common with the fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer. Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry. But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier, and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However... What the... My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Oh, is this when, like, she probably, like, sprouts her man parts? Maybe her balls descended at this point. Like, I mean, I've heard of this happening too, with babies being born with both parts, and then they started out as a girl, but then found out later that they had They had man parts. This is more plot than I could have ever imagined during the first story. Can't even pick a favorite story. I mean, yeah, there's so many like plot twists too. Like it's like wow, the depth to this this game in terms of storytelling. My voice was unbelievably deep. Grr. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality. Michelle! Michelle! When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother... What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle? A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. You don't have a fever. But I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As Mother repeated the phrase, "you're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. Joints, back to bed with you. Hello, Lime Break. Lime, stop being so sexy. Don't let this distract you from the fact that Pauline liked the ocean and then got massacred. I bet you forgot that how many things are going. No, I remember Pauline. Pauline was the fiance of the swordsman who turned out to be actually a murderer who liked murdering people. And actually relied on Pauline to become human. Wait, kittens, you're married. Wait, what's this about sexually attractive? Linebreak is the hottest, the most sexually attractive human alive. See, I didn't make this quote. Or I never said this, too. This quote can and will be used against you in court. Okay. I'll just delete it. My voice never went back to normal, though. So, Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. And so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. And again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. This kind of explains the timeline, because he was at the mansion by himself for 10 years, and he said he was 27, so that means he left the house when he was 17. So that means shortly after, around like he was 16, he probably started changing. When is Kitchen streaming Apex? I've never ever played Apex, and I probably never will. Whenever I ever like played any kind of like first person like competitive type game ever, it was obviously Kittens. CS:GO Pro. I used to play Counter-Strike, but back when it was like still considered a mod and not its own game. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me though. Not Amy, Didier, or Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she whirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. So, like, she just suddenly transformed after a few months into a man. Kittens play original Counter-Strike. TSM Instant Kittens. Assigning for Navi $40 a month. What? You played CSGO? What the fuck? I didn't play CSGO. I played, like, before Counter-Strike became CSGO, I played Counter-Strike, which was just literally a mod for Half-Life. Only one I know who's playing Apex is H-Metal. Who's H-Metal? The original Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod. Yeah, exactly. Original Counter-Strike. So that's the only version of Counter-Strike I've ever played. She's 14. Call SWAT team. Okay. No, I think she's probably beyond 14. I don't know. Well, she went through changes. No, you're right. Actually, she was 14. So that means she lived at the mansion, or at the estate, for 3 more years before they probably decided to, like, banish her for being sick or something. I don't know. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michelle. Wow, it's so different, this portrait, from the other portrait. I met Minami at H-Metal stream. H-Metal? Really? Okay. I don't know who H-Metal is, so sorry. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Oh, remember when I was like trying to decide like how to pronounce his name? I was like, is it Michelle or Mikel? So Michelle is correct then. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. This now makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I'd always been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open the door. Michelle is kind of creepy. Sorry, caps lock guy. Lol. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George's, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. That was all there was to it. Huh? What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you, Father? Michelle? Michelle! Or wait, how do I do Antonin's voice? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You're dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick, but that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? You! What? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why, Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment I felt sorry for Georges, but that whispered away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed! A chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed! She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that this was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes. Do I sound like a girl? Do I sound anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted. Eek! Restrain her, please! Someone restrain her! Fear reigned in the great hall, but then several moments of icy silence were broken by muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm what? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there! You've got nothing there! Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl! She's my daughter! Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. What? Horror shaming. Inky, that mother voice is killing me. Keep it. That's the voice Inky uses with her sign. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I think I was right. Well, it sounds like Michelle is lacking a penis or something. So I'm intrigued to know what exact kind of condition Michelle was born under. Although it sounds like the story kind of took liberties with it and made it so like when he turned into a man, it was very kind of like sudden and very quick. As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a cure. Or curse, not cure. Had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same. Day in, day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What does she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please. Yes, XY chromosome, but female primary sexual organs with the testicle inside the body near the place where normally the ovary would be. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I remember watching like a medical show where a girl came in one episode and she was in like utter pain and she was like 14 or 16 or something like that, and then it was found out that she had testes inside her. And so like there was like moral debate over the episode about it because the mom was just like, don't tell her, just remove them, and they're like, no, we have to tell her and make it like let her decide if she wants to keep them or not, right? You basically watched House MD. It wasn't House actually, though I know what happened in House as well. What happened in another show that I watched more recently. It was a medical show that happened in Chicago. Hello, Corruptronic. How you doing? Oh, never mind, not House. I know this before I watched it. It's happened a couple times. I've seen it in like a couple shows. Like I'm pretty sure it's happened in what's that other show that I like to watch? Can't remember. All these medical shows. Oops, I didn't read that line. I have brought your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I will be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michelle? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I am a man. If that is all, I will be going now. Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off, right now. Everything, even your underclothes. What? Surely you jest, Misha. I am very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. What am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michelle! I ordered you to take your clothes off. Ugh. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth, not knowing I could have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation, the servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle, and at a glance he didn't appear much different from me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michel? It was then I finally learned that what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger's daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appear, that does not... There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different than me. What? Everything else is all the same. So why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't. Michel? I am a man. I am a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. Ugh. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Ugh. Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge, and so in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. But please don't do this, Michel! In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off of me, please! Someone help! I'll make you just like me. Get in here, someone! Anyone! Michelle! She's delirious! Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them, than I had made the scene— wait. There was as many, if not more of them, than when I had made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. In the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw a mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Is it called Chicago PD? No, not Chicago PD. PD? You mean MD, you mean? I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. It's on Netflix. Or is it Prime? It's either on Netflix or Prime. I just stumbled upon it. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, I do watch Grey's Anatomy, and I have watched House as well. The testes would need to drop and start producing considerable amounts of testosterone in order for her to start developing secondary sexual traits. You mean like the way Michelle here has developed like really quickly? Because like he or she complained about hearing their bones creaking, their joints creaking, so I'm assuming that's like the growth of their bones, so yeah. Code Black is good. I'll have to check that out. I don't think I've watched Code Black. I just remember the medical show I watched took place in Chicago, so. And that I think that was where I saw the episode of the girl who had testes in her. Tell me that I am Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I am normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! That puberty. 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 After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? Ugh. My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone? I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door. Anyone. Water. I need water, 1 drop, that's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Didier. Georges. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone water. Okay, he's talking a lot for someone who needs water and his throat hurts. Didier. Georges. Anyone!
This music is really low, by the way. It's that quirky, weird music. But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open the door. It was all I had. Occasionally I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door.
Whoever is there, please, open the door. I'm begging you, someone.
But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle.
They say she was cursed.
Maybe she has sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door, if we don't want to be cursed too. I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kind of scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I am cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Tee-hee-hee. Tee-hee-hee.
I guess he was hearing voices or something.
Ah! Someone please get me out of here.
Door is made of wood. Set it on fire and die in the fire. Though I guess they wouldn't be able to do anything but help but put the fire out, I guess. The fifth and then the sixth day passed, and by that point I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I'd been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why when the door I'd so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. It was Amy's voice. Oh, well, okay, I should have done her voice. No, before it started, door would be weak so he could break it. Oh, I see. A spread, you mean? Maybe, but you know how, like, hard it would be to, like, break a door down while it's on fire? It would hurt. You would probably burn yourself really badly doing that. It was Amy's voice.
I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm, but after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset.
I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her.
The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore.
Wait. So she agreed to actually take care of Michelle, but she just claimed she was taking care of him and she wasn't actually doing it. Uh-oh. That's pretty horrible. I need a girl like her. What, Amy? I don't know. Amy seems devious. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here.
At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. Water.
What I didn't know though, was that people can die in just a few days without... Oh yeah.
What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're still alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go. Go on, drink. You'd better hurry or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it! This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers, sucking water out of a carpet. I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So, you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. Hehe, this is going to be fun. Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Gotta go. Alright, see ya, Radio. Thanks for hanging out. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. This would take some time given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me, but I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assumed it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. I hope she gets necrosis slowly but spreading. Amy? Amy's a pretty evil girl, isn't she? Nice, you have a good day. Or Hio? Hio, you have a good day. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day too, Radio. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down at me. Come on, open up. Today, I'm gonna feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? Amy, why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun. Why else? You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me? Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate with me formalities? Amy. Ew, I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or Georges, would make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side, and no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad, that you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I am not mad. I don't know, you look plenty mad to me. Grah. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you. You think you can survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week at best. You can't be so sure of that. And cake. Lots of cake. Yes, lots of good cake. Or ice cream cake. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe. But either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that? Wait, how is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. Ugh. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. No one else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect, and you'll have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable, when in reality not only you're sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar. Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. Amy! You know, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So, it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him? And it would have worked out beautifully too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try and pretend otherwise, damn you. Red velvet cake. Ooh, red velvet sounds good. Dark story. It very much is Minami. Like this whole game has been very like surprisingly deep in terms like of the story and the plot twists and stuff. There's so much more to Michelle going on here than we had imagined. Wait, hold on. Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know? Ugh, I'm not a girl. Then what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Amy quietly rose. Hold on, I'm like really hot. I gotta take off my sweater. Blech. It is very warm in here. Grabbed me by my hair and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me! You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. Gugh. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. Ugh, get! She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop! Get off of me! I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms, but as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg, "Get off me!" groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away, and just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. Ugh. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Ugh. Amy looked down on me as I screamed. Ah! A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts? Arrgh, stop, please. She didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either. Amy, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away in my spirit. What a strange creature you are, Stop. If I could have died right there and then, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Well, no food and water for a week. Nobody would be strong at that point. Yeah, and I have a feeling that Amy's not really feeding him that well. Like, she's probably withholding amounts or something. I don't know. Not much of a boy, are you? Ouch, yeah, agreed. Agreed, little lust. Ugh. And you lusted after me with this body? Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day, she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michelle? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right here. It's going to get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You. What was that? Do you have something to say? Ow. I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. You. Huh? I'm going to kill you, Amy. That was, I believe, the first time in my life I'd felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she so wanted to be, I chomped down on her wrist. Ah! The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. Grrr. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. Then the pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was able to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop! My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. Arrgh. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not just see how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would you possess you to do such a thing? Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me. I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. Ugh. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Ugh. Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Ah, jeez, what am I gonna do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Ugh. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle. You're a demon child. Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Killer Michelle. Wow, that really triggered me. Or flashback maybe. Aw, I'm sorry, Vivi. Poor Michelle. Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed. It's funny that he would think that those days were better days. I guess he was treated kindly, even though he suffered in that body. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? Michelle! Oh, Michelle! Are you in there? Did you need something, Georges? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you look like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very, very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. Ah. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance to a sibling outing. We'll make Mom make us a lunch and then... Ooh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. Aww. Happy memories. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not? I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michelle or nothing? Of course, why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself. Gasp! Didier, could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that will be a problem for you though, Michelle. I'll be careful. You bet your bum I am. Lol. Georges is a cute character. Hey, whoa, slow down, guys. Haha, look at that, Michelle. Georges is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos? Or pathos. A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michelle? It certainly is, Didier. Come on, you guys. Be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers, or dancing with butterflies, or gazing out at a beautiful sunset, or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism. Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. If you let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my, I'm going to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you just call me? Now, you two. Why don't we just stop here for a picnic? Seconded, my stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. I can't believe that Didier would actually want to like be sleeping around with his fiance, with his brother's fiance, though, being a knight of the church. That doesn't seem very church-like. Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home. A cat? Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house! Wish there was something we'd do about how much of a clean freak she is. Georges, try not to stress Mother out too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean. You think? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michelle. I don't know what cats eat, though. I bet he'd like pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. Oh, pull the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, Georges. Now we're gonna have to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle? What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georges. Don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly? Yep, one look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. Alright then. Ugly Speckles. That's his name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle. But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georges. I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But, you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Pfft, ugly speckles. It's not that funny. It's quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, Didier. We should bring ugly speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, must she always be such a jerk? Ha 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 ha. What a sad story. Didier, Georges, was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier, Georges, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like Amy? Didier, Georges, how do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down. Because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michelle. I brought your favorite, parsnips. Well, but the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? Oh, this is why he hates parsnips. I'm going to cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So, to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? Then what am I going to do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy? Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. Why not ambush her with something heavy when she enters? Don't need strength. You need the strength to like hold something heavy though, wouldn't you? I don't know. And like, she's probably intentionally keeping him weak by not feeding him very well, like keeping him very malnourished, but just giving him enough to survive. So it's pretty horrible. Yeah, just let me swing this couch one-handed. If the object is hard, you've seen how she overpowers him. Like he can't even like throw her off. He's that weak, you know? Like he's like half starving like all the time. Imagine if you were half starved like, constantly. To be honest, it was rather impressive in the sick way how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "I'm done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal, they only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed